In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Baseball bat. After a tsunami, all the furniture is wet. We can use a Hans Taywin line this morning. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm the asshole that hosts it. And I would like to share some information with you. I just popped a zit on the side of my nose. I think I did it blind. There's no blood. You ever pop a zit blind and then you have to go into some kind of social situation? It's anxiety producing. I don't know if I'm going to be again zit juicing on the air. I'm 38. Stop getting zits. But when I don't know if anyone else with corrective eyewear has this issue. Again, my hair looks like Brill cream ad. I apologize. When you wear glasses, like you're done getting zits. You're done getting like that, right? But where your glasses rub right here, where the nose things are, you get blackheads and shit. And it's been this way since I started wearing glasses when I was in high school. It's where they go. It's where it all kind of funnels into. Anyway, welcome to the show. Good morning. I'm excited about this one today. I feel good. Yesterday, I got to tell you, man, it's kind of one of the reasons I don't like drinking a lot is you just get so bummed out the next day. Like there's just that, you had that euphoric, drinking. And then you stop like 3 days. Oh my God. And you stop and then you just feel down. Like it's not a specific reason why or anything. You just feel down. But the good news is I'm here to report that if you just go do shit, that gets better. I got all my housework done yesterday. What an odd feeling to have all your clothes folded and put away. Because usually you wash your clothes and there might be a few stragglers. There might be a few odds and ends here and there. But until I took the basketball shorts off that I slept in this morning, until I threw those into my laundry room on my way down here, I had no dirty clothes. That's a win for the toe. And that's a good feeling. And then I did my hair. I did my side swoop again. I like my side. I don't dislike my side swoop. If there are conflicting opinions on it, that's fine. If there are no opinions on it, that's better. Because having an opinion on another man's hair is remarkably gay. So welcome to the show. We've got a great one for you today. We're on a tsunami watch. I got to find out what's going. Is this tsunami hitting yet? Are there tsunami reports? Do we know what's going on? The only thing, I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. The only thing I'm seeing when I Google tsunami is apparently like Oprah is public enemy number one when I scroll on Twitter. This could be complete bullshit. This could not be a real thing. This could just be people whining and kvetching and bitching because they don't have anything real to do. But I'm hearing that Oprah's being an asshole about her. She has a private road because of course she does. Of course she does. There is a story that's coming out, and I read this just before the show started. Yeah, I've got at least 4 tweets. It's all in a row. Like I don't know if this is my algorithm, but I'm just on the search, and I just sorted by top tweets. Oprah is refusing to open her private road so people can get to safety from the tsunami in Hawaii. Excuse me. Why do we even have a government when all it does is protect the scumbag elite while they do shit like this to us? Oprah's road is marked in blue. The only other route to higher ground is the red route. Well, let's see then. Okay, so down here we've got, the Oprah road goes straight from the coastline to high ground. Cool, so that's Oprah's private road. The other road goes all the way around. Now, is this territory that Oprah acquired in the great, totally accidental Maui wildfire? I mean, in Oprah's defense, she's given everyone a car. Like, so now you have to give everyone a car and let them use your road? Like, you got to give them a car and a road? When is enough enough? But, 1 hour ago, hold on. We got a press release 1 hour ago. The social hall at Lahaina Maui's Veterans Highway is congested. Use Kane Hall Road toward Hanson and Palehu roads to get to Kula. Road above McKenna Golf Course provides access to Ulupalakua. Also, Oprah's road is open to get up county, according to Maui police. Well, there you go. All that whining and bitching and complaining finally did somebody good. Oprah's road is now open for the tsunami. So it turns out all you had to do was give her a little time. People are like, breaking news 6 hours ago. Oprah refusing to open her private road to higher ground. Maybe she was thinking, maybe they were talking to her and she's like, give me a couple hours. We can open up the road. It'll be fine. I got dead bodies that I'm hiding. And until I hide those dead bodies, there's no way. What do you want me to do? We do have footage of the tsunami hitting the Russian coastline. We can check that out. This is the only tsunami footage that I know exists. Oh, it does not want to load, though. That tweet has officially, I just clicked on it. The tweet's been taken down. Conspiracy, unless it was fake, and that's why it got taken down. Yeah, so far, all I'm seeing right now is Oprah's a monster. Oprah's a terrible person. But now the Hawaiian authorities are saying Oprah's opening up her highway. So that sounds fucking terrible. So the great battle of the tsunami highway is over. 1,000 foot tall mega tsunami threatens U.S. coast across 3 regions. Experts warn. Yeah, if you missed it yesterday, there was an 8.7 magnitude earthquake. And in that 8.7 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Russia, a tsunami warning was sent out to the entire west coast of America, the entire west coast of Canada, Alaska, Hawaii, and the Aleutian Islands. You remember what happened? What was it, Indonesia, like 15 years ago? That big tsunami killed, I want to say, like tens of, if not 100,000 people. It was fucking nasty, man. It was terrible. Those big earthquakes in the ocean can produce some serious natural disasters. So we'll keep our eye on it. We'll see what's up. But there's not, just terrifying what the earth can produce. This was literally nothing you can do. You're at the behest of nature. It's just one of those reminders. Once again, Sam Show says their lives are in Oprah's hands. She could crush them like bugs. Well, she opened it up. She's fine. Again, I think fog of war. I think when these things immediately happen, there's panic, and that's. I was going to say that's fine. It is fine. Like, it's fine for there to be panic when something like that happens. And sometimes it takes a couple hours to get things moving. And now Oprah's road is open. Oprah has a road. Chips and Diff says they only use eminent domain when it comes to poor people. I thought we were all in agreement on that we knew that they weren't going to use eminent domain on rich people. The richest guy I think that got eminent domain was Vern Gagne. This is a Minnesota story. Vern Gagne owned the wrestling organization, the AWA, and he was using a piece of property he owned on Lake Minnetonka to fund the AWA. He would use the equity from that property to cover any shortfalls the AWA had. The government eminent domained it, and he lost it, and then it was bye-bye AWA. Maybe put the belt on Hogan next time. We won't have this problem. Satan's Mechanic says it was a Russian nuke that's test that's payback for the Nord Stream pipeline. Touché, Putin. That is my favorite part about tragedies and terrible things like this, is finding out what all the conspiracy theorists think, because it used to be that the conspiracy theorists were, they're thinking of crazy shit. What are they? God, that's terrible, blah, blah, blah. Now the conspiracy theorists have been right so many times, I listen to what the news says, and then I go, all right, let me listen to a crazy guy who, doesn't shake all the way after he goes to the bathroom and he has multiple generous piss stains on his pants. Let me see what this guy thinks, because he might have something. All of a sudden, these bums yelling shit by a fire in a barrel, a little more trustworthy than they used to be, because they got some. It came from a lab in China where they were testing diseases. And you're like, oh, shut up. You're insane. Wait, they what now? That guy now has a little more credibility. And if they're telling me that Russia nuked the ocean, 5 years ago, I might have said, well, that's one of the most retarded things I've ever heard. Now, today, I'll go, all right, let's start checking for Tsar Bomba in the ocean. I like listening to the conspiracy theorists now. They give me a new perspective. New perspective. Mad Max Mardigan says, why did you murder Johnny? He was annoying. He's on Friday, then vanished without a trace. Is it because your order of severed pig penis has been late? I have now heard from 3 people who were at the anniversary show and are sick now. Keanu had the sniffles yesterday. Somebody DM'd me yesterday and said they were getting sick. And Johnny wasn't feeling well yesterday and couldn't do the show. So there might be a there. That would be the second time in 3 years that we've hosted a super spreader event. Oh, my God. The first time Gino and Keanu were here, we had a super spreader event. Oh, no. We got, ladies and gentlemen, I think we found our common denominator. Oh, dude, that was awesome. So there was a little gnat or mosquito in here, and my hand was open on this side of the desk, and the mosquito flew to my hand, and I slowly just squeezed my hand and got the mosquito. That's a win. Bigot on Socialist Media says a lot of awesome wrestlers came out of Minnesota. Oh, God. You can't even name them all. You can't even name all the great wrestlers that came out of Minnesota. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous how many great ones came out of there. And then how Vern Gagne would just let him go. Like, all they needed to do with Hulk Hogan was give him a cut of his merchandise revenue, give him the belt, and let him keep his Japan money. That was his whole thing. His whole thing was Vern Gagne wanted a piece of Hulk Hogan's money that he made in Japan. And there's the rumor is that Hogan said no, Vern said you have to, or I'm not going to let you have the belt. And then Vince McMahon got a hold of Hogan and told him to come on over and he'll make him a big star and they'll go national. And while Hulk was in Japan over Christmas, he wrote to Vern Gagne and said, I'm not coming back. And that made Vern very upset. Eric Cartman with $1 says, listen up, nature boy Imholt. Who's bootleg April, and is it a new relationship on the cards? Kiki got us interested. There was a blonde girl at the anniversary show. Keanu called her bootleg April. That's what I know. That's what I know. But it is good to know that more conspiracy theories continue to form because there was nothing but people having a great time at our anniversary show. Another win. I'm seeing examples of people literally losing their minds, making up shit that happened, going crazy, and trying to make there be a thing about the anniversary show that was negative. It was all incredible. It was all amazing. Holy shit, did we have a great weekend. And the fact that you have people breaking the law to try and get something going just shows that the toes still got it. Now people are talking about the New York germs. It's just they come here. It's a super spreader event. I mean, Sunday morning, Gino had taken a shower and everything. We were on the front porch. He was drinking coffee. We were getting ready for the day. And the guy the flies would still come to him. The flies would still come to him. It was remarkable. Eric Cartman says, it is funny to see this all spurging out. It's crazy. It's crazy. And then to watch them just make shit up and convince themselves of it. It's like, guys, you understand you can walk away from all this and not make yourself crazy. Like, I've never done anything to you. You can walk away from the whole thing or you can make yourself insane. Los Federales says Crunchy was giving gummers behind the icebox outside the entrance. Even that paralegal lady who thinks I'm the biggest piece of garbage who ever lived said, yeah, these spy people, they broke laws on me. It's not good, not looking good doing shit like that. And it's like, you know what? Even an absolute fucking lunatic, a lunatic cuckoo clock is right twice a day. I saw something really discouraging that I think a lot of our older audience members are going to hate as we get into our first moments of the show today. I know we're fresh off the Happy Gilmore thing. A lot of people did not like it. It did, in fairness, it did break records for Netflix. I think they said 47 million people watched it in the first 3 days it was open. I didn't like it. I know a lot of other people who didn't like it. Now, in fairness, I know people who thoroughly enjoyed Happy Gilmore 2. That's totally fine. You're allowed to like Happy Gilmore 2. I thought it was shit. I know other people thought it was shit. I will say this, it's a lot closer to 50-50 than I thought. I thought everyone was going to hate it, and not everyone hates it. But they're not done with remakes, and I think this, if the Happy Gilmore one didn't piss you off, I think this one might piss you off. I think this one might upset you. I don't know how many of you are. I don't know how many of you are Spinal Tap fans, but they're remaking they're making a Spinal Tap sequel. They're coming back. What are we at now? Like 40 years later? 40 years later, they're making, and it's called Spinal Tap 2. Oh, God. We're going to watch the preview in just a second because I just want to see what people think about this. Bigot on Socialist Media says some people probably decided Happy Gilmore 2 was awesome before they watched it. That's true, and a lot of us probably thought it was shit before we watched it, in fairness. Eric Cartman says, Aaron, your best hope your liver isn't a match for Gino's because he's going to enact bro code. He's not getting my liver. He has shown zero ability to be responsible with his. They will not accept him as a donor recipient. I promise you. I promise. McBuster says Happy Gilmore 3 was fucking stupid. I think you mean Happy Gilmore 2. Happy Gilmore 2. My man. All right. Ivana Tinkle even saying Spinal Tap sucked. I'll be honest with you. I don't care if this lowers my profile or whatever, but I wasn't a Spinal Tap guy. I don't get it. I don't care. Spinal Tap never did it for me. For whatever reason, people love it. They think it's great. This one goes to 11. I never. Rob Reiner movies in general, I was never a big fan. But they're making a second one, and I'm sorry, but like I hate to be hipster douchebag that goes like, this is going to suck, this is going to be shit. I'm not doing it to be like I called it before anyone else did. It's just that it's 40 fucking years later. There's no way it can be good. Do we have any of these movies they've made in the last 10, 15 years that have been 20, 30-year sequels that have been any good? There's the Ghostbusters movies are not good. I mean, especially compared to the originals, the original two, especially the original one. The Happy Gilmore thing, no thanks. Spinal Tap 2. I just there's been too many examples of these movies just not working out. You know, I was thinking about what they could fuck up the other day, and I'm like, I hope that Dana Carvey and Mike Myers still hate each other a little bit, because I really don't want them to make a Wayne's World 3. And the thing that made me think about that was Mike Myers hasn't really done anything in a while. We haven't really heard anything from Mike Myers. There must not be a lot of new offers coming in. And Dana Carvey's doing a fucking podcast. I'm worried that someone's going to come to him and go, you know, we got all these sequels coming out. How about a Wayne's World 3? And they're going to go, oh, how funny would it be if 30 years later we did a... Look, I mean, if I would have pitched this to you 5 years ago, you would have said, Aaron, never going to happen. I think we got to go with never say never on this one. But this is Spinal Tap 2. Let's take a look. Let's give it a fair shake. Let's see if, judging by the previews, it's going to be any good. And answer me this question in the chat. What would you rather see? Another Marvel movie with a female superhero. I did that for this audience. Or Spinal Tap 2. That's what I mean, one is an original movie. It's new, but it's going to be fucking terrible and you know it. Or a 40-year remake. Go ahead and hit like, hit follow, hit share, excuse me. And $2.95 is our number for today. The evening show went over. And they gave you a little bit of it. They said, give them $5. That's what they said to me. I said, I think it was not Vidam. Doggo Doesn't Die gave us $5 and said, give this to those fucking morning people. So throw in a couple of bucks, $2.95. I say, what? 200 by 8. We're looking good. Throw us some gifted memberships. I think we're 32. I think 32 gifted memberships on Rumble, away from that 300 number. Thank you very much for that. And let's have ourselves a great show today. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the brilliant idea to do another Spinal Tap movie 40 years later.
Hi, I'm Marty DeBerge. 40 years ago, I was honored to direct a film called This is Spinal Tap.
The numbers all go to 11. One louder.
Why don't you just make 10 louder and make 10 be the top number and make that a little louder?
These go to 11.
See and that was my problem with Happy Gilmore. It's like, no, I remember the first one. I remember it. I'll go watch it. You know, you can still, it would be one thing if we had to make Spinal Tap 2. Because every edition of Spinal Tap 1 turned out it was on Epstein's Island. And the FBI gathered it and they destroyed it. And it's all gone. We'll never get to see another copy of Spinal Tap. You know, it's like Dogma. We'll never see it again. But you can go watch Spinal Tap right now on 9,000 different streaming services. Some of them free with ads. You can go watch Spinal Tap. Happy Gilmore 2 was the same way. It's like, yes, no. I remember that guy from Happy Gilmore. I watched Happy Gilmore a couple of months ago. I'm very familiar with that guy. We don't need to make another movie where that guy, where you tell us, hey, remember this guy? I hate member berries.
Like to sink her with my pink torpedo.
Pink torpedo? That's
Yeah.
literature.
Yeah.
Really?
A lot has happened since the last time I saw you. Crypto! Have you been playing music at all?
I play music at a pub.
This is the site.
This is fucking terrible. This is bad. Hey, they're old and they play at bars now, and one of them's selling crypto, and that, all right. Okay.
Of Spinal Tap's reunion.
Somebody, here's what's happening. Somebody's throwing Reiner and these guys just a bunch of money and going, we have streaming services now. We have all these places where we're charging people money to watch any show they've ever watched. We need fresh content. Here's a butt fuck load of money. Make me a movie. Like, I'm worried this is just a quality control issue where someone hands Reiner millions and millions of dollars and says, making another Spinal Tap movie. We need content, Rob. I mean, Happy Gilmore wasn't a theater movie. Happy Gilmore 2. They released it on Netflix. Netflix needed content, so they went to their golden goose, Adam Sandler, who cranks out 2 movies a year. And they said, hey, Rob Schneider hasn't gotten a fucking gig in a while. Can you make us another movie? Get ready. Hey, calling it right now. You're getting another Wedding Singer movie. I loved Wedding Singer. Might be my favorite Adam Sandler movie. They're gonna fuck it. They are. You're getting Wedding Singer too, because wouldn't it be... This is the new theme for these sequels. Wouldn't it be funny if we looked at a character 30 years later? No. No, it wouldn't. They gave Rocky fucking cancer. I didn't ask for Rocky to have cancer. Now, are the Creed movies great? Yes. But they would have been great even if Rocky didn't have goddamn cancer. No giving Rocky cancer. No making Wedding Singer 2. Hey, Robbie Hart had a great music career, and then it fell apart in the 2000s. And for the last 20 years, he's been back singing at weddings again. But everyone can get another big break when he collaborates with Post Malone, Cardi B, and there'll be 5,000 fucking cameos. And here's Sydney Sweeney leading a Nazi march. And blah, blah. I saw Ted Cruz came out recently and defended Sydney Sweeney from all the, she's a Nazi because she's fucking smoking hot in American Eagle jeans. Yeah, I don't know if you saw this, but we talked about it yesterday. A bunch of fat liberal women with septum piercings are mad because American Eagle made an ad where Sydney Sweeney talks about how she has great genes. Yeah, she's a smoke show. She's fucking, she's an 11 at jeans. Do you get the joke, Carnegie Hall? And people are mad and they're like, well, that's like Mengele. No, it's not. It's not like Mengele. If her jeans were made of Siamese twins and she was splitting them apart with a hacksaw in the fucking commercial, you could say that's Mengele. She wasn't doing that. Shut up. But like the Sydney Sweeney thing, just people getting worked up and riled up over horse shit. And Ted Cruz going like, no, stop, be nice to her, be good. Now I have to fucking defend Ted Cruz. I don't want to defend Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is wrong about everything. I don't want to defend. Now I'm starting to think Sydney Sweeney might be a Nazi.
Concert. Why New Orleans?
There was a cancellation.
Who was supposed to be there?
An evening with Stormy Daniels.
Oh.
Holy shit, even their fucking now jokes are old. Guys, remember Stormy Daniels from like 10 years ago? Yay. The fucking gilf porn actress that fucked Donald Trump one time. Yeah, if they make a Wedding Singer 2, they're throwing in all kinds of cameos. Post Malone's coming back. You're going to get that bunny guy again. You're going to get a bunch of singers and a bunch of actors and probably some TikTok people.
Obviously, there'll be the regular merch.
Yes.
And Hope has had a rather brilliant idea.
Tap water.
It says artisan.
It's just tap water.
It's tap water. We're still short a drummer.
What happened to him?
Yes.
I love, this is the shitty part. I love Michael McKean. I think he's great. There's no reason to make this movie. There's no reason to make any of those Paul Rudd Ghostbusters movies. The only time I think they've gone back to the well on something and it's worked is the Rocky Balboa movie. 2005, 2006, about 15 years after Rocky V. And the only reason that worked is because he was just an old man. The story was kind of believable. There was some pain and strife in Rocky's life, and he was getting over it. It wasn't just member berries. And Rocky V was so fucking terrible, people were willing to give this a shot because they're like, let's wrap this thing up nice. Rocky Balboa is an anomaly. Most of these movies are shit. When you leave the good shit alone. You know what we should do? Casablanca. Let's put Humphrey Bogart's character in Gaza and make Casablanca 2. It's time.
Into oblivion.
Is that medically possible?
So you think you might fill the bill?
I don't want to die.
We've only lost 11 or 12? 11 drummers.
The thing that you guys had as kids, is that still there?
I'm in a band that constantly is breaking apart and coming back together. But the more we retreat into the music, the nicer things become. Not to be profound or anything, and it would be a first time for me.
Because he's dumb, and now he's old and dumb. Look, I'm not the best judge for this because, again, full disclosure, I did not like the original Spinal Tap. So, for those of you who were Spinal Tap fans, please tell me if this is good. I'll back the fuck off. This looks really, really bad.
Tis a magic place where the moon doth rise with a dragon's face. Stonehenge, we are Spinal Tap. We'll go back in time to that mystic land.
What we need to do is secure your legacy. If during the gig, at least one, but ideally no more than two of you were to die.
Would you settle for a coma?
Oh, no, that's interesting.
You know?
That's a great bit of thinking outside, well, the literal box, I suppose, actually.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'll defer to the Spinal Tap fans in our audience, but I don't know. To me, like that shit 20 years later. No, I'm sorry, 40 years later, it just looks sad. Like, it's just, it is. It's like, okay, here's what I can compare it to. As a wrestling fan, when they bring the old timers back and they try to have them do moves, you're like, I don't want to see this old fuck do moves. I remember when he was really, really good and he would do moves and it was fucking crazy to watch. And now you're replacing my good memories with him being an old fucker. This ain't fair. I will say thank you to Sandy for the $20 over on PayPal. Appreciate that, Sandy.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
That's a nice way to start today's show. Thank you very much. With a nice little 20 dropper on the toe. Keep that up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Again, those gifted memberships on Rumble are awesome. Gives a little something to the toe, but also it benefits the people watching the program as well. Mike Go says it's a fucking abomination, Toe. No one has an original thought anymore, and they know how shitty this era is. But that's the problem. There are original ideas. People do have original ideas. It's just safer for these studios to invest their superhero movie money into 40-year-old remakes because they figure, it's like the concept behind parrot heads or dead heads. It's like, okay, they may be old as fuck, but old people have money. So if we just appeal to this crowd, I think that's what it is. I think Hollywood is going, boomers have all the money. Nobody has money except for boomers. And that's true. You can go look at it. Like we say, all these Blackstone type people and all of these, BlackRock and all these investment firms, all this foreign money is in our housing market and it's jacking up housing prices. You can look this up. The average age of a home buyer in the United States right now is 56 years old. Boomers are the only people who have money. So when people are making movies, they're like, okay, I can make a $3 million shitty indie thing and hope that it generates, $10, $12 million for us on social media or streaming services. Or I could throw 30, 40 million bucks into a Spinal Tap remake. Michael McKean's not doing anything. Have him do one more. And then, see how it goes. And I could rely on that boomer audience and their member berries to go check it out. There's good shit being made. Like I said, one of my favorite movies of the last 5 years is The Menu. Shut up, hobo. Of course, it's about food, fat fuck. The Menu with Ray Fiennes is fucking brilliant. It's an amazing movie. But it's like superheroes blowing shit up because it sells and checking in on characters that are 40 years old. That's Brett. And I'm telling you, and I want you guys to make your predictions too, we're getting Wedding Singer 2. Hobo Chili Recipe with a prediction. 12 Years a Slave 2, Electric Boogaloo. I don't. We'll see. We'll see. I would hope they have a little more credibility than to make such a film. Thank you. See, Hobo, that's funny. I will say this. Hobo hates it when I tell him he's funny. He does not like that. I'm going to go to more Hobo. He says the new Schindler's List reboot will have Michael B. Jordan as Oscar Schindler. Hobo, you're on fire today. Look what happens when you branch out outside your comfort zone, you son of a bitch. Veldrain says, was it the Al Pacino kick that was horrible? What do you mean, the Al Pacino kick? Riding Dirty Llama says, kind of like Ozzy still touring in a demon wheelchair while shaking and shitting in a diaper while screaming into a mic. Yeah, that's sad too. Or, I mean, Frankie Valli. We've watched the Frankie Valli thing how many times? Where he's just standing there on stage like a fucking corpse and they've got a track playing. There's a bunch of twinks behind him singing like ladies. Oh, no. And then that fucking guy that, Free Palestine guy who came up to Frankie Valli while he's eating breakfast and was like, can you say Free Palestine? Ugh, shut up. Eric Cartman says they're going to make a sequel called The Transgender in the Striped Pajamas. Sam Show says people do ask for this garbage. Do they? Have they been asking for another Spinal Tap movie? I don't know these people. Maybe we just run in different circles. Then right away, Zenman Build says the Menu blows. Tolkien Study says Menu was great. Controversial. MSO says Steel Toe, a cautionary tale coming soon. It's a redemption story is what it is. Hulkamasha Baby says, yeah, almost like boomers bought a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom house for $80,000 and now it's worth $750K. Isn't that fucking insane? My parents in the 80s, bought the house I grew up in for $60,000. And it's pushing 400 today. Unbelievable, right? Unreal. And now they see that, right? They see us kids who were born in the 80s. Our parents were boomers. And they bought these cheap houses and the values went through the roof mostly because our country printed money, had terrible monetary policy, and inflation went through the roof. But for whatever reason, the price has gone way, way up. And because they made these, adjustable rate mortgages and they tricked poor people into borrowing more money than they could afford. And so they just expanded the access to homes that people could get if they were willing to put themselves in debt for the rest of their lives. And that jacked up the price of homes too. Basically, currency manipulation and predatory lending practices. There's a lot of it. So I think that the powers that be saw that. They saw this generation of, oh my God, the boomers are going to leave $500,000 houses to their children. We got to cut that shit off at the quick. We'll get a bunch of Chinese nationals to spend billions of dollars on American homes, price the middle class out of the market, and then don't worry, we'll cut that fucking we'll cut that. What do you call it? Not class mobility, that upward mobility. We'll kill that generational wealth. 09 Canyon said, my parents got a mortgage at 68 years old. The idea that that's a thing is silly, right? And they'll do it. And guess what they'll do when your parents die? When you sell the house, they'll just take what they owe. They'll come in, they'll get it. A 30-year mortgage to a 68-year-old. If that doesn't tell you that our money is fake and it's just being moved around on computer screens to look good, That, our currency used to be backed by something. You know what it's backed by now? Debt. We had a gold standard. Now we have a debt standard. Your parents owe that bank $400,000. Doesn't matter if they're 68 years old. That bank now says, well, I'm worth $400,000. Like, oh, you have that money? No, but they owe it to me, so I'm worth it. I can have that money. And then they borrow it from some other institution, usually the Federal Reserve. They borrow it from an institution that then charges them interest. So they borrow your parents They loan your parents $400,000 at, what is it right now, 5-6% interest. And then they tell another bank, like, hey, can you give us some money? We got $400,000. Like, you don't have $400,000 yet. And it's like, well, why don't you give me the $400,000? I'm like, all right, what's the rate now? Like the prime rate is like 3 point some percent. We'll borrow you this $400. We'll loan you this $400,000 at 3.5%. So now the bank has their $400,000 from your parents, and they have it at 3% less interest than your parents. And now this other central bank, they got to loan that out at 3% interest, knowing the bank's going to pay it off because they're going to get the $400,000 from your parents come hell or high water. And then everyone can say they're worth $400,000. So your parents' $400,000 that they never had in the first place now is the bank's $400,000 and the Fed's $800,000. It's now turned into $1.2 million. None of it's fucking real. As Louis C.K. once said, God's dead and we're alone. Oh, man. I'm just checking the chat to see. Chevrolet JB with a good point says boomers also had 20% interest. Yeah, my parents had to buy down I remember them telling me this. They had to buy down points to get to, I think, 14 or 16%. Buy down points. You might not know what this is because our generation has never had to do it. We grew up with like 3% fucking mortgages. Buy down points was where you would take money, you would give it to the bank, and they would lower your interest rate. That's all it was. You buy down points. Because during the Jimmy Carter years, to stop stagflation, they jacked up interest rates to about 20 some odd percent. True story, my friends. $20 from Captain Joe. Thank you, Joe.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
And now that puts Captain Joe at $50, and he's moving himself out of the cuck chair and putting Walter in it. Captain Joe, now at $50, and now look, poor Walter heading into the cuck chair at $35. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, all of you who are throwing money at the toe today. 255 is the number. We're getting close to 230. What people are not preparing for is when the boomers die off in large numbers in 10 years, no one with enough capital exists to support current asset values. The depreciation is going to cripple us. You're right, because who's going to buy these boomer homes at the prices that they're at? You know what's going to happen? One of two things will happen. Foreign nationals will buy them. Foreign governments will buy them unless we ban that. Or number two, you'll see lenders come out with these creative new loans. You know, I was talking to my investment guy a couple of years back, the guy who runs my retirement accounts, and he said the thing we're kicking around right now is a 100-year treasury bill. And I was like, what? You're fucking kidding. He goes, no, they're going to do a 100-year T-bill. So you'll have like the Federal Reserve or whatever will throw cash into the system, right? And they will buy treasury bills at a certain percentage and make, a decent amount of money that way. Hopefully, fingers crossed, if the dollar stays sound enough. So if you have a 10-year treasury bill, it's going to take 10 years for that treasury bill to mature. 30-year treasury bill, 30. They want to do a 100-year treasury bill just so they can keep pumping fucking money into this system and back it with some kind of debt. So instead of like spending money responsibly, not running up deficits or anything like that, we're just going to, he's like, yeah, they're talking about just doing a 100-year treasury bill. Fucking madness. Let's go to Los Federales. With $1, says, I wish I could buy a property for $600K. I'd buy 2 of them. My condo is $750. And my house is 1.2 million. Jesus Christ. How about a little something for the toe? Just kidding. That's the guy that paid for Johnny's hole. Canada banned foreign buyers. Only permanent residents and citizens can purchase a property. There. That's what we should want. That should be the rule. No foreign nationals. You have to. How is Canada more nationalist than we are? I thought we had an America First president and they were run by globalist commies. And even they banned foreign money owning your homes. Eso Horny with $2 says, when is Megamind 2 coming out? I think you got to let go of the Megamind. I think you're losing it. With the, like, April's been gone a while. I think you can, and you didn't even know her, which is the weirdest part. I'm not mad at you, but I am judging you. Veldrain with a, thank you for the $2, by the way, buddy. I'm busting your balls. Veldrain with $1 says, I want Hollywood to make Avengers of the Ring trek into the stars to return the Jedi and then leave old IPs alone for the next 20 years. Good luck. I mean, look, all we did with this Happy Gilmore thing is we made sure that they're going to make more of this shit because, you know, whether we liked it or not, Happy Gilmore did well. 47 million views in 3 days is, I mean, that's a success by modern standards. That's all. Switchblade Proper says, goddamn Keynesian economics, fools. You know, Keynesian economics is a lot like socialism. In theory, it sounds wonderful, but nobody wants to ever take the medicine. So Keynesian economics is when times are tough, borrow at low interest rates and invest. And then when things start to pick up again, you have all this capital now, pay back the debts. And then that way you borrow in thin times, you repay in good times, and that is supposed to mitigate the boom bust cycle. But here's the problem. America did Keynesian economics, and we just did the borrowing part because we had to bomb people. That pretty much sums it. There you go. There's the last 60 years of America. Congratulations. Switchblade Proper says 100 years from now, allowing Keynesian economics will be seen as one of our worst mistakes. Again, I will say this. In theory, it's not bad. But none of us can. It's just, it's the idea that you should ever have to pay it back. And the boomers are kind of guilty of this. For their parents, because I know this about my grandparents, cash was king. Cash on hand. My grandfather had a saying, and it's not, I don't know if I don't think he coined it, but if you have to look at the price, you can't afford it. That was the mentality of the greatest generation. It was, oh boy, how much is that? Fuck off. Don't buy it then. If you see something and you're like, we're in a good spot, let's just grab this. If you don't have to look at the price, buy the fucking thing. But if you got to look at how much it is, why don't you wait? And instead, what the boomers did was they went, why don't we just buy whatever we want? That guy over there will lend me a bunch of money. I mean, he's going to keep my soul as collateral, but fuck, I ain't using it. And then all this borrowing and all this interest led to inflation, led to terrible monetary policy, led to quantitative easing and the literal printing of money. Yeah, no, it got bad. We went on the steroids part of Keynesian economics, and we never did the take your medicine part of Keynesian economics. In other words, boomers personified. Mad Move says BlackRock will buy everything. That's the other thing. When all the boomers die, if none of us can afford the assets, BlackRock will take it. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you're a direct descendant, if you're one of the children of those boomers, you'll get the BlackRock money, but your next generation ain't getting it. No, sir. MSO says you're better off with Kiki bucks. Yeah, I mean, maybe we should look up the exchange rate. we need to see. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor wants to know Aaron's T-bill count high, Aaron's T-cell count low. You see, in that joke, boys and girls, he has AIDS. Me, I have AIDS. Nomo says Deuce Bigelow 3 coming soon. They might. I can't. You used to be able to laugh at this. It's not funny because these things might happen. You can speak those into existence. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Megamind 2 is exclusively showing at the Starlight Drive-In, not to dox Ape, but she works there now. They show IMAX on that. See, that's mean. And there's no reason to be that mean. What has she done to you lately? Precisely. Howard the Duck 3. I didn't even know there was a second one, sir. 255 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. We appreciate it here on The Toe. 225 is the number. It ain't even 7 o'clock yet, guys. Keep it going. I say 200 by 8 o'clock looks great to me. Zesty Taco Paco becoming a member for 33 months. K. Fallin the Great becoming a member for 38 months. Is this about Sydney Sweeney? He says, I called her Ozempic/meth April. I mean, April was skinny to begin with. I don't think there could be an Ozempic version. And Sydney Sweeney? No way, dude. I gotta disagree on that one. All right, 255 away from today, 32 gifted memberships away from 300 on Rumble. I will say kindly, you guys are off to a great start, and I appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. We appreciate anything you do to support this show. Ryan the Garbage Man says, I'm about to close on the farm I grew up on, getting it for 50% below market value at 6.375%. You heard it, guys. Party at Ryan the Garbage Man's place. We're trashing his ancestral property. Did you see Leno had words for the late night guys? He was giving an interview at the Kennedy, I think it was the Kennedy Center, and he said, he was giving an interview and he's like, I just don't understand why you'd alienate half your audience. Like, he said what we've all been saying. He's like, I don't understand why you would take positions on a late night show that would guarantee that half the country hates your guts. I believe Gino's conspiracy theory when he says that when the USAID was giving Colbert and Kimmel and all these guys, these late night shows, money, was basically paying their salaries to be propaganda arms for the left wing of this country, or for the, not even the left wing, but the ruling class of this country. I believe I'd buy it, because now as soon as USAID got dried up, now it's the first time we're hearing that this guy was losing $40 million a year. It's the first time we're hearing that CBS doesn't like him. I'm buying it. I'm choosing to buy the USAID rumors. Sam Show says, Leno is wrong. Explain Gutfeld. It's a good point. God damn, man. That actually, you know what? That is a good point. You know what? Here's what I do as a host that you'll never see other hosts do. I have to revise my thesis, because Gutfeld does throw a wrench into that. You're right. Although, does Gutfeld insult half the country like these other guys do, or does he just make jokes? Like Leno and Letterman made Bill Clinton jokes. You know, they made fun of people. Does Gutfeld like alienate those people and be like Nazis, commies, pieces of shit, blah, blah, blah? Or does Gutfeld just make jokes about them? Because I feel like it's the latter. Brittany Boo says, not you, Crunchy. Not you, Crunchy. You're not invited to Ryan the Garbage Man's. We're not letting Crunchy go to Ryan the Garbage Man's ancestral home. God, you guys hold a grudge. That's for sure. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, U.S. AIDS, my T-bill joke confirmed. Oh, shit. There I go, giving life to the rumors of AIDS. Q Anonymous says, Liam Neeson and Pam Anderson together? Are they really? Good for them. You understand they're like the same age. I know that you're looking at it like, Liam Neeson, what's that old fuck doing with Pam Anderson? I don't know. I think they're both in their 60s, aren't they? Pam Anderson and Liam Neeson. Fans applaud Liam Neeson's response to Pamela Anderson dating rumors. Says he was over dating before sincere Pamela Anderson romance. Good for them. I'm pretty sure, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Liam Neeson age. Oh shit, he's 73. Fuck me running. Pamela Anderson. She's 58. Oh, okay. Well, then he is robbing the cradle. Never mind. I thought they were about the same. I always thought that Liam Neeson was like Tommy Lee Jones. He just looked 70 for 30 years, but he was really like in his his 60s. My fault. 15-year difference. Zen Man says, does Liam Neeson want Hep C? Shouldn't she be dead from that by now? Yeah, they can't cure that, can they? I have a particular set of immune system. I have white blood cells that can fight off hepatitis C. So if your pussy tries to get me sick, I will tell you there will be no reprieve. Balls Deep gifting a membership on YouTube. Thank you very much. Dead Game. We're going to call him Dr. Dead Game for now. Dr. Dead Game says, yeah, she still has Hep C. That's like lifelong AIDS. There you go, guys. If you were wondering exactly what Hep C is, Dr. Dead Game let you know. He always had a way of explaining things so I could understand them. It's lifelong AIDS. Perfect. Chips and Diff says Liam Neeson in the new Naked Gun movie looks trash. That's the other one. They're remaking Naked Gun. There's nothing we can do about it. That I will say this. That one does not look as bad as the rest. The remake of Naked Gun looks at least a little more passable than, say, Happy Gilmore and these other ones. About a little over 600 of you checking out the old Steel Toe here in the first hour. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate you being here. Eric Cartman says, Snog, Marry, Kill. We're going to play Fuck, Marry, Kill with Sydney Sweeney, Demi Lovato, and Trump. Marry Sydney Sweeney. She's a little more stable. Fuck Demi Lovato. I can't say the last one. I won't say the last one on a broadcast. But it's only because I want to fucking marry the other two. I'm sorry if this bursts anyone's bubble. I do not want to have sexual intercourse with the President of the United States. Ryan the Garbage Man, laying down the ground rules for his party, says there's a few rules for my ancestral home that you need to know. Don't mess with the bull. He can get real mean. Don't forget to shut the gate. Stay out of the beans. There's a big fire burning, but don't be alarmed. It's just country boys and girls getting down on the farm. Yeah, so apparently Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson are dating each other. Did you see the big relationship news? There was, we got a new power couple. One of them American, one of them Canadian. You've got one of them, I think maybe both of them on the rebound after getting out of very serious long-term relationships. Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau. We have this for today's show, but thank you, Los Federales. Justin Trudeau was spotted having dinner with Katy Perry. In case you didn't know. Yeah, we've got that somewhere right here. We were going to do it probably in about a half hour or so. Why not just do it now? Katy Perry dines with Justin Trudeau in Canada. It looks like a date. Because, Trudeau doesn't lead Canada anymore. So it's not like he's meeting with her to discuss aerospace technology. She's an astronaut, So Katy Perry, Justin Trudeau, it all seems age appropriate. I mean, it's a step down from Orlando Bloom, but then again, I don't think she's trying to impress me. Good for those kids. I never understood the shit Katy Perry got for the space show, the Blue Origin thing. I was watching some YouTube documentary. It was some YouTube opinion piece that some guy made. He's like, the downfall of Katy Perry. That's another thing the internet does that's fucking retarded. Everyone's a downfall when they do something that the person making the video doesn't like. Everyone's finished. Everyone's over with. Meanwhile, these fucking retards have been making the same the fall of so-and-so video for 5 years. It's remarkable that we don't put these people in camps. But anyway, I don't understand the heat she got from that. They offered her a spot on a space shuttle. She went on it. She leaned all the way the fuck in, and she had a great time with it. Who gives a shit? Who cares? And now she can be with Justin Trudeau and she can be a political expert. Are you ready for Katy Perry's political progressive hot takes? They're going to be fun. Meanwhile, Orlando Bloom may or may not be fucking Sydney Sweeney. God bless. 09 Canyon with a great question. Why is Trudeau still pretending to like women? You know, you have to admire his willingness to commit to the bit. I mean, think about it. He thinks pussy is icky and smells like fishy fish. And he doesn't want to touch it. He doesn't want to bury his face in it. Nothing. And yet here he is going out with Katy Perry. So, I mean, all the guy wants is a nice firm tube steak, and they're still making him see chicks, and he's leaning in. Tolkien Studies says Katy is from Goleta, and my ex and her went to the same school. Her parents are conservative. Dude, her parents are like Mel Gibson conservative. Like, they're very to the right. McBuster says Katy Perry better show her tits or just go away forever. Katy Perry, in my opinion, one of the more attractive pop stars of my era. I still think she's cute. 09 Canyon says Katy Perry started as a Christian music singer. Her dad is a pastor, I thought. She kind of had a go woke, get broke moment. Like, she tried to do some like female empowerment albums and like social commentary albums. Nobody wants to hear the Last Friday Night chick sing about women empowerment. You know, it's just, it seemed weird. I was at the Becker Golf Course about a month or so ago. And they were playing Last Friday Night by Katy Perry, and they played California Girls back to back. And I had to pretend I don't fucking love those songs. Sam Show says Katy Perry has a tight core, Aaron. I bet she does. I bet she's in wonderful shape. McBuster says Katy Perry taught us that it takes zero training to be an astronaut, right? We should admire her. You too can be an astronaut. She's an example. Stories with Joe says, well, I guess even Sydney Sweeney has needs. Yeah, Nazi needs for the Third Reich. Put your boner away, Sam Show. I mean, Orlando, look, I liked those two as a couple, but are you really going to fault Orlando Bloom for going from Katy Perry to Sydney Sweeney? And now that's not confirmed because Sydney Sweeney was walking in a group that included Tom Brady and Orlando Bloom. So they might not be together at all, but still, it makes sense. It makes sense. Landers says Katy Perry is all forehead. Of course, Aaron likes her. Am I a forehead man? Is that what it is? I'm a forehead man. McBuster says women are empowered. The Me Too movement made it so men can't even go to a gym without being filmed and called a pervert. It is funny that women can wear like basically crotchless panties to the gym, and if you look at their labia, you're a pig. Like, a woman can be sitting there doing squats in crotchless panties, and if you go, what the fuck? The woman goes, I do not come here to be gawked at. Then why did you paint on your gym outfit? Yes, you did. Here's the grossest part. Not only did you come here to be gawked at, you came here to be gawked at so you could film it and then yell at the people gawking at you. That's the most psychotic part of the whole women at the gym craze. Your pussy is out in the open for God and everybody. Tits too. And then when someone just instinctually looks, because if they don't, they're, going to snap their L2 vertebrae. And then you take out your phone, you go, this guy stared at me. This is unacceptable. I do not go to the gym to be ogled. You do, so that you can yell at people. It's a fucking gross, empty existence. Nomo says Orlando Bloom is an overrated hack actor. I'm not going to allow that kind of talk about Bailey and Avibalin. I simply won't. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, this should be good. Aaron is being recruited for NASA. Well, I wasn't going to tell anybody, but we have been working together. They are studying the properties of his 5-head while developing next-gen heat shields. Fuck you. Tell me when the day comes that you won't take a gig, you fucking prick. Tolkien Studies says going to the gym Get out the cell phone. That's how you know that you're getting a good workout in, really. You know what? Riding Dirty Llama says, I put on baggy, unattractive clothes when I go to the gym. Here's the problem, but then you end up with pervs like me who like that look better. I like put a woman in like tight, revealing clothing. It's like, I can see that anywhere. You get a gal in some sweats. Fuck. It's like, you know, like when you would get presents as a kid and your parents would wrap it like tight. They'd wrap the gift tight and like, well, I know what that is. It's a super soaker because it's got that soft spot in the middle of the wrapping. But if they wrapped it and it was loose and it was in a different box and, you know, it was, I'm using terrible comparisons because I'm talking about women in the next step. You put it in an ill-fitting wrapping and it just builds anticipation. And you're really excited to see what's inside. That's my thoughts. See, here's the problem. This is another living in the real world consequence. I'm a man. I'm not a boy anymore. I haven't been a boy for 20 years. I'm a man. I like man shit. A man doesn't need to be like, I need a girl with her fucking tits out and stripper outfits. That's what 14-year-olds like. A man has vision. A man has imagination. A man lets his mind do the work that his fingers cannot at the moment. So he sees sweats and he goes, oh my fucking God. Because you touch the sweatshirt or whatever. You hold a woman, she's wearing a sweatshirt. The cloth, the fabric, it goes in. And then you have the curvature of the body and everything else. Oh my God. And the waistband of sweatpants are loose and oh my God. You can wear a fucking stripper outfit to bed. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, I'm not shaming that at all. But if you wear sweatpants to bed, I'm telling you right now, you're in fucking trouble. You're in danger. You're in danger. Brittany Boo says loose box is your type. That is not what I meant. That is not what I meant. Lander says that's why Aaron likes trannies. He's all about the surprise ending. Mad Move says, I'm 40 and I still like tits out, fag. I don't know, man. Look, I'm not saying tits out isn't great. It's awesome. Tits out is fantastic. I'm never going to argue against it. But there's something about my imagination. There's something about the wonder and the chase and everything else. And I'm really starting to sound like a date rapist. Let's continue. Man shit, you like Eric Church, asshole. Shut up. Oh, yeah? So I like Eric Church, so that means I can't be a man? Guess what, pal? Guess what? I can still be a man. Thank you very much. Roosevelt. Oh, shit. Oh. By the way, because he covered a Tom Waits song, I can't stop listening to Tom Waits. And this song, I used to play this song to annoy my daughter because she likes the Puddles Pity Party version of it. And I started playing the Tom Waits version to annoy her because I thought it sounded terrible because of Tom Waits' voice being alarming. And now I just unironically love the fucking song. Like, I love this shit.
The only things that you can see is all that you lack. Come on up to the house.
I don't know, that there's something about that voice. I don't know if Tom Waits is an acquired taste, but I know we have fans that think Tom Waits is the shit. I can't argue. Gray Duckling with $5 says, I thought NASA was working on tubed bread for Aaron. Thank you. I appreciate that. A little bit closer to Tooth Hurdy today. We're at 2:45 on today's program. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chat, and Rumble Rants. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, let's take it easy. Take it easy. Brittany Boo says, are you okay? LOL. I like what I like. I can't help it. Satan's Mechanic says, Aaron is going to need a bathroom break soon to rip one out. You don't tell me when I rip anything out. Nothing. Zen Man Build says, nothing wrong with a loose box. Some guys like tossing a hot dog down a hallway, and they are a bunch of weirdos. King Kong Dong says, you like Joe Hendry. You're not a man. Is that a thing? Is that a measure? I don't think that's a measure. I don't think liking Joe Hendry disqualifies you from anything. To be honest with you, I think you can like this and you can
say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
What's gay about this? It's a man standing on a mountain. If that's gay now, color me rainbow quilt.
Cause they love him in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico.
White people can't clap in rhythm, and I am a white people.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
Why wouldn't you? What's not to believe in? All right, let's catch up with you guys a little bit, then we'll move on. I want to get to this Cory Booker losing his fucking shit. Did you see? Please tell me some of you saw this so that I don't have to back up and explain the whole thing. Cory Booker went apeshit on the Senate floor yesterday on his own party and started battling his own teammates, essentially. I think Cory Booker had a mental health episode on the floor of the Senate. It was wild. We're going to watch at least a couple of minutes of it. Dude, I can't wait. That's probably going to be my favorite thing on the show today is Cory Booker lost his fucking mind. Let's catch up with the texts here. Katy Perry saying about Pizzagate. Fuck that dirtball. Confirmed Aaron likes loose boxes. Yeah, well, when you got such a big dick. I was saying this the other day. Have you seen a dick? You've seen my dick. It's all it is. Tom Waits is see. We have Tom Waits fans in our chat. Tolkien Study says, "Oh, I know Puddles. You like him?" I don't know if I like my daughter's a big fan because he opened for Weird Al when we went to see Weird Al this summer. He's very talented. I don't know if I think Puddles like I'm a fan. He dresses as a clown and sings cover songs. I think he's really talented. I think he's got a great voice, but she loves him. She thinks he's great. Tolkien Studies says, "Come on down to the house is awesome. Come on up to the house." McBuster says, "But Tom Waits' Mule Variations album." That's what that song's from. Swordfish and Trombones is another good Waits album. All right. Tom Waits should sue Eric Church. Why? If Eric Church does a version of his songs, downloads of Tom Waits songs will go up. That's how that shit works, my man. Holy shit, am I behind in the chat? Jesus. Gutfeld doesn't lose money and knows his role. Okay. Yeah, and I don't know if he alienates people. I think it's more he makes fun of people. And that's totally different. 245 away from today's goal. Guys, put us at 200 by 8 o'clock. And boy, am I a happy little... What am I today? I'm a happy little Hep C. What have I been? I have Hep C. They're using my forehead as a blast shield for NASA. And... I think those are the two big takeaways from today's show so far. So yesterday, Cory Booker was on the Senate floor and he was losing it. He was fucking screaming about the Democrats, about how they deserve to lose, how they don't have a backbone, they have no spine, they don't stand up to the president. They don't. So what I'm trying to say is broken clock is right twice a day. But he didn't voice this in a way where he brought it to the Democratic Party and said, what are we going to do about this? How can we handle this? Nope. He just went fucking mental. So let's watch Cory Booker. I don't want to over-explain this to you. You know who Cory Booker is. You know how this shit works. This is him on the Senate floor yesterday. And this, I don't know if it's in this clip. We'll keep looking if you like this. But he ended up just storming out of the fucking joint.
The Democratic Party needs a wake-up call. I see law firms bending a knee to this president, not caring about the larger principles, that those free speech rights, that you can take on any client. Why are you bending the knee? I see universities There should be bastions of free speech bending at the knee to this president. I see business.
Well, no, hold on. They're not bending at the knee. This is, by the way, there's not going to be a freeze frame where his face doesn't rule in this segment. I mean, he's warming up. It's not what happened here, Corey, is, and this is something all Democrats and Republicans should learn, because my entire life it's been this way and none of these fuckers get it. They think that they're going to win forever. They're never going to lose. You guys started making these rules about universities, and if they want federal funding, they have to do this. The federal government got so big and bloated that they could threaten these universities to comply or they'd lose their money. Kind of like highway funding for states. The federal government, the Department of Transportation, gives the states money to maintain the interstate highway system. However, if you didn't raise your drinking age to 21 years ago, you weren't going to get any federal highway money. So you guys did that. You guys started that. So you made this system where these universities have to play by the rules or they don't get money. So Trump just used your rules. And he said, if you let trans women play basketball against biological women, we'll take your funding away. Or if you do DEI shit, we'll take your federal funding away. You guys started that shit. Your side started that fucking governmental creep, that regulation creep. And you thought that you would win forever and the Republicans were going to get old and die off. And then they won and they started going, oh shit, we can do that now. And now you're upset with it. These universities aren't bending the knee because they have no courage. They're bending the knee because, like all Democratic government programs, you made them dependent on you for money. So now they're at your whim. They have to do what you want them to do. Instead of yelling and screaming about this, why don't you fucking learn something about it that maybe if you guys were all more pro-small government, you would be able to stop your opponents from doing shit you don't like before they even get into office. But no, let's pass the War Powers Act because we have the majority and our guy's in charge, and no way could a Democrat down the line ever, use this. And I mean, Congress will vote to give away power to the president, but they won't vote to give him like line item power or, to do, they'll give away their power to the executive branch, but they won't make term limits. Fucking criminals. All right, Corey, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You've been stuck in that I got to take a shit face for a while now.
This is taking late night talk show hosts off the air because they dare to insult a president. I see.
This is another mental illness I see coming from the left. You think they still, I don't know if they believe it. You guys can tell me in the chat what you think. I don't know if they believe that Colbert was canned for criticizing Trump or if that's what they're using. But we have two options. A guy who's been criticizing Trump for 10 years just got fired for criticizing Trump. Or a guy was losing the company he works for $40 million, so they let him go. I don't even care if the first one is true. The second one is the reason he got fired.
People who want mergers suddenly think that they have to pay tribute to this president.
That's not what CBS is doing. Trump's not going to stop their merger if they keep Colbert. In fact, Trump would just use it as a cudgel and say, they've got that loser Colbert, and he loses $40 million a year. He should be fired.
And what are the very people here elected to defend the Constitution of the United States saying, oh,
cool. Hey, now do this about fucking Israel military aid money and us bombing Iran. Do this about the War Powers Act. Do this about runaway spending and how that threatens our national security when we're indebted to everybody and their grandmother. God, when it affects them, then freedom is awesome. But if it doesn't affect them, then fuck it, it's negotiable. I can't get behind. I want to get behind this speech. He is making some decent overall points. These examples he's using are fucking retarded, but Cory Booker's a fucking dipshit. I want to agree with his general thesis, which is we have no fight in us. We won't stand up to authority. We will appeal to authority. We will bend to authority. Yeah, great. But you only make this rant when it's Trump. You don't make this rant when it's Biden or Obama. You don't make this rant when it's you asking to do things that step on a... You don't stand up for my freedom. You stand up for Cory Booker's freedom. That's it. And Cory Booker's agenda. So I want to like this. I want to think it's great. I do think it's great, but for different reasons. But don't act like you're fighting for me when this is all very self-serving.
Well, today, let's look the other way and pass some resources that won't go to Connecticut, that won't go to Illinois, that won't go to New York, that will go to the states he likes.
We'll go to Michigan, and then we'll go to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Ah!
That is complicity with an authoritarian leader who is trashing our Constitution. It's time for Democrats.
Well, it's his turn. You guys had your turn to trash the Constitution. We instigated a war in Eastern Europe so that we could pay back a dictator that we installed because he allowed a bunch of money to be pumped into Joe Biden's little family Ponzi scheme. You guys don't give a shit about that one.
Trashing our Constitution.
You call the guy we're giving money to who suspended elections and won't leave office, you call him a hero.
It's time for Democrats to have a backbone. It's time for us to fight. It's time for us to draw lines. And when it comes to the safety of my state being denied these grants, that's why I'm standing here.
That's what I meant. My state got denied these grants. There you go, Court. You know, he's too mad to hide what this is really about. I wanted money. I wanted to suckle at the federal government teat. So that's why I'm up here and I'm mad, because my state got denied money. How about, here's a long-term solution. How about you create an environment in your state where you're not dependent on federal funds, like, say, a Florida or a Texas? How about you try that? And then you won't have to stand up here like an unmedicated bipolar screaming about love and justice and freedom and the Constitution. Meanwhile, all you're upset about is that they didn't cut your state a check. Someone writes in, Colbert lost millions, so they did something about it, fired him, and bought South Park. God, Booker's retarded. Yeah, Paramount bought South Park. And so they fired Colbert. That seems like another win for the Paramount.
Don't question my integrity. Don't question my motives. I'm standing for Jersey. I am standing for my police officers. I'm standing for the Constitution, and I'm standing for what's right.
Are you going to holla? You hollering? I love that. In one breath, he goes, don't question my motives. And I question his motives by saying, you're not making this stand on principle. You're standing because you didn't get a giveaway. And then he goes, don't question my motivations. And then he goes, my motivations are that I just want money for my state. It's like, that's what I was questioning.
And dear God, if you want to come at me that way, you're going to have to take it up with me. Because,
whoa, tough guy Cory Booker laying down the old Jersey gauntlet. I told you, there's not going to be a pause in this whole thing where he doesn't look like a madman. This is like just before he unbuttons his jacket and shows the road flares strapped to his chest.
There's too much on the line right now in America. As people's due process rights and freedom of the speech rights and secret police are running around this country, picking people up off the streets who have a legal right to be here.
They don't. Stop it. Stop with this Overton window shifting bullshit. People who are here illegally don't have a right to be here. Period. End of sentence. No, not even a new paragraph. End of paper. If you're here illegally, this is what Tom Homan was trying to explain to Stephen A. Smith. He goes, if you're here illegally, you're breaking the law. They have a legal right to be here. No, they don't, Corey. It's called a green card or a work permit or a visa.
Too much going on in this country. When are we going to stand together?
When it's politically expedient and your donor class will allow you to, you gutless worm. Don't sit here and act like you're one of the rebels. The minute somebody who gives you millions of dollars tells you to pipe the fuck down, you ain't making this speech again. Shut up, synthetic rebellion-causing motherfucker.
For principles that I just heard that were agreed with. When are we going to stand together? If we don't stand as Democrats, we deserve to lose.
Well, then, I mean, learn how to win a swing state. Maybe, I don't know, Corey. Maybe tell your party to stop focusing on the dumbest, most divisive fucking issues and start having an opinion that's popular that people care about. That'd be good. Maybe every June flying a fucking trans flag in front of every NASCAR fan isn't exactly the winning strategy you thought it was.
But if we stand united, if we stand strong, if we stand with other people, if we tell with a chorus of conviction in America what this president is doing is wrong, if we stand up and speak that way, dear God, we will win. Like all of
You've been doing that for a decade, and you had to cheat for the only win you got. You had to work with China to release a fucking virus and then institute mail-in voting, which I'm sure was legit, in order to get the one W you've gotten in 10 years. Dude, you've taken stands. Nobody thinks that you guys are not tough on Trump. Fuck, you tried to throw him in prison. So nobody thinks you aren't tough on Trump. The call's coming from inside the house, Corey. Corey's a shitty booker. You know who the best booker is?
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Yeah, there's a booker.
of those people that are ancestors who joined hands together and said, we shall overcome. No, not on my watch. I'm protecting Jersey today. I'm protecting our Constitution today.
Usually a Kalishnikov comes out after that. That's not today. I'm protecting Jersey today. On the ground, motherfucker. Yeah, he was arguing and yelling at other senators. He was fucking calling people out. They have the recorder. Somebody made a clip of Cory Booker going off and played the Titanic recorder.
There's too much on the line right now in America. As people's due process rights and freedom of the speech rights and secret police are running around this country, picking people up off the streets who have a legal right to be here. There's too much going on in this country. When are we going to stand together?
Yeah.
For
right now.
That I just heard
over me.
That we're agreed with. When are we, there's too much.
There we go. Yeah, so Cory Booker just lost his mind for a little bit yesterday. You know, it was, he needed a little me time. He needed to take a mental health day. And he needed to, I don't know. That's fucking, I mean, Cory Booker is, I don't know, like, I want to call him wildly retarded, but, like, I find him so harmless. Like, he can't win a primary. Like, so, like, in a way, I kind of like Cory Booker. I like having him around just for the entertainment factor, you know? He's the absolute, but he's the man. And he's yelling and screaming. It's like, Cory, is your contention that your party isn't anti-Trump enough? What do they have to do? I mean, does Cory Booker watch Braveheart and go, I think this Longshanks is going light on Wallace? Why hasn't he chopped his head off? Why aren't you stomping Private Pyle's guts out? We all thought that Gavin Newsom was running a loser campaign for president in 2028 because he's trying to pretend to be a moderate. But I will say, he looks like a fucking political genius next to old Cory Booker. Someone says, remember his, MQ says, remember his stupid Spartacus rant. Oh, God. Yes. I was going to hit stop recording because we're going to put this clip up later, the Cory Booker thing. But let's do one more with this. Wow, hey, breaking news. Dean Cain claims he was sexually harassed on the set of the 90s Superman series. Was someone trying to butt finger Superman? You can't do that. Squeeze those steel cheeks and break that shit off at the knuckle, Dino. Come on. All right, anyway, sorry. The idea of Dean Cain getting butt fingered, I felt I had to comment on before we continued. Cory Booker, the Spartacus rant. It again, it is, you know you screwed up when even CNN calls you out for your, see, now there's a lot of these things where it's people calling him out for doing the Spartacus rant, but not the actual Spartacus rant. Oh, fuck. Here's the problem. Cory Booker has done so much cringe shit that now a lot of the videos you look up for him is people commenting on how cringe Cory Booker is. Is this it? Cory Booker suffers an attack of grandiosity.
There were very serious charges that were made against me by my colleague from Texas. I don't know if they were political bluster or sincere feelings.
I think he's talking about Ted Cruz, by the way. Oh, no. Come on.
Count of prisoners.
We haven't made the final count, sir.
By command of His Most Merciful Excellency, your lives are to be spared. Slaves you were, and slaves you remain. But the terrible penalty of crucifixion has been set aside on the single condition that you identify the body or the living person of the slave called Spartacus.
Now, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. This is about the closest I'll probably ever have in my life to an I am Spartacus moment.
Oh, no, you're not supposed to say that about yourself. Other people stood up for Spartacus and said, I am Spartacus. It was a selfless thing. It wasn't an I'm a douche thing. You're doing it in the I'm a douche way. The whole thing about I am Spartacus is that none of them were fucking Spartacus.
I'm Spartacus!
I'm Spartacus.
I'm Spartacus! I'm Spartacus! I'm Spartacus!
I'm Spartacus. I'm Spartacus.
Stop saying Spartacus. There's certain words that when you hear them over and over.
Spartacus!
Only thing that could have made this movie better is if one jive talking black guy stood up and went, yo, I ain't no fucking Spartacus. I'm just Leon. Just they're like, all right, you can go. Oh my God, they're all a bunch of Cory Bookers. Yeah, Booker T, way better Booker. There's a Ted Cruz thing where he calls out Cory Booker. There was, oh yeah, here we go. And I'm not a big Ted Cruz guy, but this is, I mean, when they set it up on a tee for you, you got to smack it down the fairway.
You are very, very, sir, very, very deep into the waters of hypocrisy in your criticisms of Chuck Schumer.
So let the record reflect that Spartacus did not answer the question and did not tell us whether the criminal law should be enforced, because he knows the answer is yes. And he knows that the Biden Department of Justice was being wildly political and partisan in refusing to enforce the law because they disagreed with the Supreme Court justice.
Hot take, though, my problem with Ted Cruz is kind of the similar problem I have with Cory Booker. They're both theater kids. They're doing theater shit. Neither of these two care. You're not going to go play golf with the guy you just shit on and called Spartacus. But these two will go play golf together because it's all, both of them are being grandiose. It's a show. I don't like either of them for that reason. I recently rewatched the Tucker-Ted Cruz interview. Ted Cruz doesn't have a genuine bone in his body. Well, he does have a genuine bone in his body when his state is undergoing a natural disaster and he goes on a beach vacation. That is his genuine thoughts. But there we go. All right, so that's the latest entry into the Cory Booker drama. He just, and also he goes on these wild rants, and at the end of it, you're kind of left going, okay, but bro, you didn't say anything. What are you trying to tell us? What are you trying to say? Thank you very much to Aboliticious for gifting a membership to Mad Max Mardican. I appreciate that. Hey guys, did you know that Steel Toe has had too many beans this morning? Were you aware of that? Steel Toe has had too many beans because we are at $2.40. $2.40. And then in $10, we'll be at $2.30. Hey, $240 away from today's goal. 200 by 8 o'clock seems a little greedy on my part, but I think it can be done. Thank you, guys. 31 gifted memberships on Rumble from 300. Let's go ahead and do that. Thank you very much. Hobo said that Ted Cruz looks like Telemundo Eddie Munster. You know, the thing is about Hobo, when he goes outside his comfort zone, then he's funny. He's like one of those guys who's overplayed the hits, and you're like, dude, we like some of the deep cuts on your albums. They're pretty good. So good work, Hobo. I only say that so Hobo will go back and play the hits because he fucking hates when I compliment him. It's, I don't know. I enjoy the dynamic. 700 people checking out the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you very much for all of your support. Thank you so much for your contributions. All right. Throw in a couple of memberships. Let's keep that train going. We appreciate everything you do for this show. We got a little Minnesota news. We finally got some details on that guy who got naked and started like rubbing his asshole on the furniture in the Senate. I don't know if you saw this over the weekend, but there was a security breach at the Minnesota Capitol, and this completely mentally ill naked dude started running around in the Senate. He started rubbing his bare ass on the Senate president's chair, and I guess the guy has been arrested multiple times. Or not arrested, I'm sorry. He was removed from the Capitol 3 times in one day and was allowed to keep coming back and get naked and just rub his shitty asshole all over there. I'm just saying shitty asshole because I don't think a guy who gets naked and breaks into the Senate wipes properly. Maybe that's just a me opinion, but it's my opinion. Let's go ahead and take a look at... this is funny. Security review after breach at Minnesota Capitol. They had to their day at work was sitting in meetings, watching this guy run bare ass around the Senate and going, how do we stop this in the future?
7:33 this morning, kind of a wild story that we are following from over the weekend. Minnesota State Patrol is beginning a full review of the state capitol's security after a man was removed from that building 3.
Okay, now, I don't know. Your guys' takes bother me. And I'm letting you know right now that they bother me. So I'm gonna say something, and then you guys answer my question. Is this considered a bitch with a big forehead? Because I find her cute. I find her attractive. Everyone goes, Aaron, all you like is a great big forehead. Maybe I'm a noggin man. I don't know. But I guess I can't see what you guys see. Is this a forehead lady? Because I think she's hot.
Times in just 24 hours. So the first incident,
I would love to
was found
smooch with her.
Inside of the Capitol on Friday night. He was taken to the hospital for a mental health evaluation, but was released. State Patrol says he came back to the Capitol around 7:30 Saturday morning. Then it happened a third time. He was taken after that second time. He was taken to the hospital and released. But then we understand he went right back to the Capitol. He's since been arrested. And
so he went 4 times. They kicked him out 3 times. The 4th time he was arrested. So it was, you know what it was? It was the weekend security. And the weekend security doesn't want to fuck around with any of this stuff. So we're like, just get him outside. Just get him off the premises. And then fuck it, we'll go back to, scrolling on our phones, which is probably what the weekend security does at the state capitol. And so the guy goes in for a 4th time, and they're still, all right, we're calling the cops this time. Fuck it.
Booked into the Ramsey County Jail. He is currently waiting to be extradited to Wisconsin, where he has some outstanding warrants for his...
You don't say. This wasn't this guy's first foray into public indecency?
Arrests. And Minnesota lawmakers expressed their concerns about this person getting access to the building over the weekend. One state senator, Mark Johnson, saying, quote, I'm disappointed to learn of the major security breach that occurred Friday night. I expect the State Patrol and Capitol Security will work thoroughly to make sure this won't happen again. Minnesota House Speaker Lisa Damuth also commenting on the situation, saying, quote, anyone who trespasses any building, let alone the state capitol, should be arrested and prosecuted.
It is kind of funny that they're talking to Republicans about someone breaching security in a Capitol building. I mean, January with you know what? Ancient history. Ancient history. It is, I think it was a black dude, though, wasn't it? Like a black dude walked into the Capitol and Republican, that probably fucked up any Republicans that were there. They're like, oh no, they found the cryo prison we have with a bunch of frozen Zulu warriors. One of them must have been unthawed. Thawed. There's no such thing as unthawed. Chips and Diff says no, Hannah Flood is cute. People saying she's pretty. Hobo says, does she have a penis? King Kong Dong says another April-looking gal. Harry Ball says she's a 4.5. Tolkien says foreheads people say are a mark of beauty. I think she's hot. All right, everyone's saying she's hot. Might go even going as far as to say I'd eat her ass. You don't, finding a girl who likes her ass eaten is not, it's a real crapshoot, McBuster says, is that a statue of Liberace on the Minnesota Capitol building? Look, I like joining in on shitting on my state as much as the next guy, but I will say our Capitol building is pretty awesome. I've been in there a few times, and we have a chariot, a golden chariot on top of our Capitol building. It's pretty awesome. Chips and Diff, what a piece of shit. Chips and Diff says she gained a little weight, though, after having a kid. Oh, God forbid. God forbid. Uh-oh. Mr. Sista with $1. We'll get to that one. That's troubling medical news. When they extradite Aaron, it's going to look like transportation on my 600-pound life, says Hobo. It's not very nice. And I've been losing weight, mostly because of the drinking and getting dried out. McBuster says, hey, January 6th never happened. Kubrick production, like the moon landings. Mr. Sista with $1. Says, Aaron, I got my test results back. Just because you shoot blanks doesn't mean you don't have positive loads. But I have rectal gonorrhea, so you might want to get on antibiotics. It's just nice of you that you would let me know that. Tolkien Study says, wow, a golden chariot, nice. We have a codfish on ours. It wasn't cod, you donkey. It was halibut. What does it matter? It matters to the halibut, Mr. Liebrandt. Aaron's dancing porch minky says, yeah, I'm behind, but Princeton, Minnesota school third graders are going to be taught pronouns and how to use them so that the mental don't get offended. It's fucking bullshit. Really? Princeton, Minnesota is not exactly a fucking liberal haven. It's the birthplace of Bob Backlund, for God's sake. I don't know if they're ever going to go through with that teaching third graders pronouns. I have a feeling that it's going to come up at a fucking school board meeting, and it's going to get discussed for sure. Zen Man Build says, just think if you were in California, you wouldn't have to be notified. And Aaron's dancing porch minky says they are not notifying enough. They are not notifying. Enough got leaked out. Okay. Rovert says, I touched the golden horses when I was in 5th grade. They told me I was going to jail again if I did it. No, you know who that was? That wasn't an officer. That was the janitor who has to polish that, and he just didn't want to go out there and do it that day, so he decided to scare the shit out of you. Guys, $240 away from today's goal. Do us a favor. Throw in a couple of bucks. I did say, hey, let's get to 200 by 8 o'clock, which is a bit greedy of me, but I think it can be done. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. I appreciate any monetary support you show this program. Let's go ahead and do a few 5s or 10s, and we'll get right to it. Thank you, guys. We do have a couple of Hulk Hogan updates. It does look like Brooke Hogan, who had a falling out with her dad, I guess they kind of figured it out towards the end of his life. That is kind of odd, though. Like, whenever you hear people, like Hulk Hogan, ironically, used to do that with a bunch of dead wrestlers that he had beef with. Like he would say, oh, yeah, we made good beforehand. Before he died, we had just made peace. Macho Man, Ultimate Warrior, all these guys. Oh, yeah, we made peace before death. People are going to say that if they had beef with somebody because you don't want that on your soul and you don't want other people thinking that, you hated the motherfucker who just died. Unless you do hate him. Like when Goldberg dies, Bret Hart's going to throw a fucking parade in Calgary. So he's not going to be like, oh, yeah, Goldberg and I made peace. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But Brooke Hogan said that we had a connection deeper than words, one that spanned lifetimes. Well, yes, and as we found out on video, your dad doesn't like you dating black dudes. Not his words, though. Brooke says Hulk lives on through her and her children, including a daughter who bears his middle name. Hulk or Terry? That would be kind of weird. My daughter's name is Paisley Hulk Hogan. And sometimes his scent. What? And she says she's grateful she knew the real Hulk Hogan, not just the one the world viewed through a carefully curated lens. All right. Well, I guess they did all right. Did you guys hear what happened with Hulk? Apparently everything Bubba said was spot on. He went in for some kind of procedure and he went into renal failure. He never got better. And the hospital stabilized him and they said he's not going to get any better. And they basically built a hospital for him in his house. And he lived out the next, month and a half, 2 months in his home with round-the-clock care. That sucks, man. It's apparently, yeah. Remember when Bubba said, oh, yeah, I've been talking to people, and they say Hulkster's on death's door, man. He's not doing so well. And everyone was like, fuck you, Bubba. What a dick. Do you really have to do that? It turns out the information he was getting was 1,000% solid. That Hulk was not doing well. Satan's Mechanic says renal is what? Check me if I'm wrong on this, Sandy. Renal failure is kidney failure. Is it not? I remember that from med school. Hobo, I agree with you 100%. I never understood the Brooke Hogan thing ever. I always thought she had kind of a masculine appearance. Says she looked like a Family Dollar Barbie doll. Yeah. I never got the Brooke Hogan thing either. You and I are in complete agreement on that. So now watch Hobo Chili Recipe change his opinion to avoid public shame. A Delta Airlines pilot, hopefully this wasn't the guy who was flying Gino and Keanu around, was busted by the feds in the cockpit. They arrested the guy in the cockpit because he is a fucking disgusting piece of shit who committed sex crimes against a child. This is a very... what do you say? This is a very satisfying end to this cunt story, is they had to go in and arrest this guy in the cockpit in front of God and everybody. I hope that they told the plane why they were taking him out of there. They've been in the throes of an investigation since April of this year. Investigators met the plane at the Delta terminal and arrested Rustam Bagwagar. They're not sending their best. Bagwagar was taken to the county jail and booked on 5 counts of I don't even want to read it. Oral copulation under 10. He's being held on $5 million bail. We're not going to hold him. We're going to hang him. Ugh. It's so unfair. Just living in a world that thinks it's advanced because we don't kill people like this. We don't execute people like this. To me, I'm sorry, that's a sign that we're a little too advanced and we're not civilized. I feel like a civilized place, a civilized society protects children. And in a civilized society, if you're not willing to go to the ends of the earth to protect children, I don't think you can call yourself civilized. I think the culture we live in now, where there's people writing thought pieces about how, maybe we should try understanding MAPs, or people are defending, CP and shit like that, which is fucking disgusting. I think that kind of world is not a civilized world. That shows that we're devolving. That shows that we're degenerating. I think if you're a society, we look at the death penalty as uncivilized. I think taking someone's life as the ultimate punishment, taking that life from them, is the ultimate punishment. It's the perfect punishment for crimes that are irredeemable. And doing shit like that to children is the perfect reason to take someone's life.
This is an immigration.
Yeah, so they went into the cockpit and got that guy.
This is an immigration.
And arrested him on the plane. God, you know, it's surprising to me that only one video of this exists. People, when cops board an airplane, I feel like at least every 9th or 10th person has their phone out and is like, I gotta get this shit on tape. Yeah, the fact that we lock guys like that up and we don't like Dead Game says, why not just let the plane take off and throw him out of it? That would be fine too. I think we sometimes see civilization as like, oh, look, we didn't kill this guy. And it's like, well, yeah, but that might be part of the problem. You know? Erzmami says, isn't there a tree near this guy to take care of the situation? I mean, you could just, like I said, you could just let the plane go up and let gravity do the work. You know? Hulkamasha Baby says, you would have knocked up Brooke just to have Hulk Hogan as your in-law. Well, yeah, that's not going to sit here and be a phony and deny that. I mean, that's wildly accurate. Somebody texting in, Steel Toe may have had too many beans, but you can help by getting your own beans. Steel Toe Coffee, that is. Try our fresh ground coffee at myshopify.com. It's Crescent Mount Coffee, Crescent MT, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com for your Steel Toe Coffee. King Kong Dong with $1 says public castration and public hanging for the pedos. All right. I'm in. I like your guys' ideas. I think they're solid. Hey, we're still 240 away from today's goal. As usual, we got off to a hot start, and we have significantly cooled since then. But if I ask for a 10-minute rally here, do you think you guys could do that for me? A little $40 rally in 10 minutes, I think would be just what the doctor ordered. Or how about 10 minutes or $10? Then we're at $230. It'll be time to go to the dentist, boys and girls, as it will be $230 for our goal. Click one of the links that are pinned to the chat or gift a membership, however else you'd like to do it. $240 away from today's goal. Please and thank you. We appreciate you for flying Steel Toe. The passenger also said another team of agents came on board to collect the co-pilot's belongings. The co-pilot was also detained for allegedly handling child abuse material as well. One passenger said the agents pushed their way through the aisle to the cockpit where they placed the co-pilot in cuffs and escorted him off the plane through cabin doors located between first and coach. I agree with our audience. You should have let the plane take off and then took care of it. Brian M. gifting 5 memberships on YouTube. Thank you very much, Brian M. Oh, no. 5 gifted memberships, but we take 15 of that. I don't want to do this. No. That means we're 225 away from today's goal. Son of a bitch. Well, I guess we got one goal left tomorrow. And we have a shot at 230 at that point. God damn it. Thank you so much, Brian M. That's fantastic. Guys, 225 away from today. How about a $25 rally in the next 9 minutes then? Thank you so much for being as generous as you are. You are a fine audience. We're also 31 Rumble gifted memberships away from hitting 300 there. Eric with $1 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I haven't heard from Eric since anniversary weekend. And Gray Duckling with $20. Thank you very much, Gray. Throw that man a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
If my math is correct here, that puts Gray Duckling at 37, which is enough to put Gray Duckling in the cuck chair. Gray Duckling with $37 supplants Walter in the cuck chair. And it also puts the toe at 205. Hey, guys, I asked you for $40 in 10 minutes, and you did 35 in 2. Thank you so much. keep that going. We're staying ahead for the day. Like I said, we're in that vibe where you can do this thing, $2 $5 at a time, like we did last night on the evening show, like yesterday on the morning show. You guys are just no begging, just a nice, easy goal hitting. Thank you. Adam with $2. Hey, you know what? I never thought of this. Why don't you guys donate $2.30 to the show? Adam with $2.30. Thank you, Adam, for the $2.30. That's incredibly kind of you. Eric with another $1 says, how was the rap battle between you and Roots? Have you cemented your place among Wigger royalty now? I was so bombed by the time Roots got there. Roots and I did end up singing Hit 'Em Up. And then someone accused Roots of being a spy. That's right. Now, I met Roots, and he's a good dude. He was a lot of fun. I liked Roots. But and he was texting me the next day while I was at the golf outing. He goes, I get in more fights defending you and your show. And I'm like, appreciate you, buddy. No, he's a really grisly motherfucker. He's a cool guy. And somebody said, oh, Roots was spying on you, dude. Roots was spying on you. And I'm like, you know what? I like Roots too much to believe that. Until I hear it from Roots, I'm going to choose not to buy it. And if he was, who gives a fuck? We had a great time. Yeah, we did hit him up, and I think Roots would even tell you I was way too gone to follow along and keep the song up. I left shortly after that. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, by accepting this donation, you freely admit and acknowledge that you are homosexual. That is, you like big fat gay men like Homer Simpson, Chris Christie. But I don't, though. Jive Turkey with $5 says, I need to start making steel toe friends so I have someone to go to the next anniversary show with. Well, I mean, there are people who make steel toe friends. Or you can just have your current friends listen to steel toe. Satan's Mechanic says that song he sang about April is still one of my favorites. He sang a song about April. You guys got to remember, I was gone by the time all this happened. Like I remember it in 7-second bursts. That's all. It was a long, long day of drinking. And then when I didn't even finish second in the cornhole tournament, I drowned my sorrows. 195 away from today's goal. You guys got under 200 before 8 o'clock. You're the absolute best. So, if I may, 100 by 9, kind of on a roll here. I'm going to suggest 100 by 9. Thank you for your contributions. 195 away from today's goal. 31 gifted memberships away from 300 on Rumble. King Kong Dong says, but my current friends think you're a homo. Yeah, that's hateful. That's hateful. Satan's Mechanic said, no, the Roots song was a year ago. Oh, the one he made for the show. I thought you meant something that he did live. Thanks for clearing that up. Donald Trump needs to shut the fuck up about Epstein. He really does. I mean, oh, wait. No way. I was about to go into this Trump thing. A fan threw a dildo on the court during a WNBA game. This is awesome. So, someone writing in, Roots was definitely not spying. He was having a good time hanging out. Yeah, I thought Roots I could tell I was annoying Roots a little because of how hammered I was. That's how I do my live events. I bother people. Usually it's the host of the event where the fans bother them because they're too drunk. Not at my shows. I get hammered and I annoy my fans. That's how anniversary shows work at the toe. But I don't know if you saw, but over the weekend, they stopped a WNBA game because a woman lost her wig. One of the players lost a wig. And so they had to stop, and she had to go in the back and reattach her wig instead of, maybe playing basketball without fucking extensions in. Well, somebody in the audience chastised her, heckled her about losing the wig, which, Spike Lee, was known for heckling other players like Charles Barkley and shit, while he would sit courtside at Madison Square Garden, and Michael Jordan and all these other guys. And in the WNBA, apparently, they kick you out. The referees kicked out a fan for making fun of the woman who lost her wig. The referee said to the timekeeper, said to the security, we're kicking that man out. He was making fun of the current situation. Who gives a shit? He paid his 2 bits like everybody else. He's allowed to crack wise. I mean, if he's yelling threats at the referee and the players, that's a different story, of course, but he's making fun. If you don't want people to think that women's basketball is less than and that these women are too sensitive and, can't take it the way the men can, then you got to stop kicking people out for making jokes, really. But before we get to... So now I think what's going to happen is fans are just going to start fucking with the WNBA. Like, for example, apparently somebody got thrown out of a game for chucking a dildo onto the court. We'll get to that in just a second. But before we do, Donald Trump said something about Virginia Giuffre on Air Force One yesterday. This is not a clip we went over on last night's show. This is a different clip. Trump, he's so confusing on Epstein because a couple of weeks ago he told us, why doesn't everybody just stop talking about Epstein? It's a done story. It's finished. There's nothing there. And then he starts doing this thing where he's like, Pam Bondi never told me I was in the Epstein files, even though there's news reports that say Bondi told Trump he's in the Epstein files, but never said I was in the Epstein files. And if I was in the Epstein files, it's a hoax by Comey and Obama and Clinton. Remember the people who said Russiagate? They say the Epstein things, and that's hoax. So he's not in the Epstein list, but how would he know that if there's no list and it's a hoax? That it doesn't make any sense. So I really do think he should start shutting the fuck up about Epstein, but Trump doesn't know how to do that. He's digging himself deeper because he can't be perceived to lose. And now there's talk of pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell so that she'll testify that Trump's totally right on Epstein. It's spiraling out of control and he can't stop it.
Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. I'm just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women? Were some of them young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young women? What did they do?
In the spa.
In the spa?
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world.
Even when he's talking about Epstein, recruited women from Donald Trump's spas, he's still got to go, great spa, amazing spa. It's the best. You've never been exfoliated until you've been exfoliated there.
And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told them, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine. And then not too long after that, he did it again. And I said, out of here.
Mr. President.
So you let Epstein have a strike, like one strike. You let him off with a warning when he was recruiting women at your spa into his human trafficking, sex trafficking business. Yeah, dude, you just got to shut up you've really got to stop talking about this.
Did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Giuffre?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa.
Oh my God, stop talking. Virginia Giuffre has gone on record saying she was trafficked by Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and she helped Maxwell recruit other girls. And Trump is sitting going, yeah, I think she worked for me. Fuck. But guys, don't worry. Anything about Epstein that they say about him, it's a hoax. It's Obama. It's Comey. It's everything else. This guy needs to, before he destroys any goodwill that he has left, like fuck Democrats, with his own base, any goodwill he has left with his own base, he's got to save it. He's got to try and save it. And the way you save it is by clamming the fuck up about all of this Epstein stuff. Jesus Christ, my man. And now the possibility of a Virginia Giuffre plea thing or some kind of deal. Oh boy. Yeah, he just won't. And by the way, Jeffrey Epstein didn't recruit women from your spa because the two of you barely knew each other and didn't get along. That's something you would do if you're very familiar with the owner of the spa. Brittany Boo says, then why wasn't that revealed to prevent another Trump presidency? Because they weren't going to basically take the suicide capsule, the cyanide capsule that was the Epstein list, and release it to stop 4 years of Trump. They'd rather live with the 4 years of Trump than blow up their entire existence. The Clintons ain't letting that fucking list out while they're still alive. I mean, Jesus Christ, Virginia Giuffre came out and spilled all the beans. How's Virginia Giuffre doing? I mean, women her age always die from kidney shit or whatever. It happens all the time. Jesus. Yeah, people saying like, well, if Trump was on that list, they would have released it. No. You don't drop that size nuke for Trump getting another 4 years because, you know, you're like, all right, well, we're not gonna drop the Epstein nuke. You know, that's like saying America can't win in Iraq and Afghanistan. Well, why didn't we just drop a hydrogen bomb on them? Well, because, I mean, the juice isn't worth the squeeze on that one. That's why we didn't fucking nuke Afghanistan. So, like, yeah, they're not going to drop the nuke of the Epstein list, which is going to kill them as well. They're like, all right, I guess we lost. We'll go through 4 more years of Trump. And it's not like Trump hasn't been co-opted anyway. He's doing Israel's bidding. The Ukraine stuff isn't ending. You know, the two things he's doing well on, and I was wrong on one of them. He's doing well on immigration, and he's doing well on trade. The money we're getting out of the tariffs, and then these trade deals that he's working out with like the EU and Korea and Japan. The deals he's working out basically have conditions in them that if there's a trade deficit, we're going to have a tariff on that country that makes up the trade deficit so it gets to zero. And then he's talking about taking that tariff money and giving the American people money at the end of every year. Talking about maybe $500-600 per person and per kid. I mean, I think he's doing a lot better. I think I was a lot more negative on tariffs than I needed to be. I think I was wrong on tariffs. Obviously, I'm not an economist. And I've said that before. I'm just a big dumb guy who talks shit on my show. And I think I got it wrong on tariffs because it did bring some big powers to the country. I mean, to the table. First of all, the EU is the biggest trading partner we have. We're number one, they're number two. So as far as that goes, I mean, it brought the EU to the table, and then we got a deal where they're going to invest in our factories. They're going to buy our energy. They're going to open up certain markets to us that weren't open, and they've accepted a 14% tariff to make everything even, to put everything to zero. So he won on that. I think trade and immigration, he's doing great. Epstein, foreign policy, dog shit. The way he's talking to the Fed, I mean, the way he's talking to the Fed gets some people, you know, a horse head in their bed. But I like the way he's talking to Jerome Powell. I like the way he's talking to the Federal Reserve. There's just a couple of big things that he promised us that he's going back on. And that stings. $10 from Captain Joe. Wow. Thank you, Captain Joe, for the $10. He says he just admitted to being a pipeline for Pedo Island, knowingly or unknowingly. That's what I mean. The guy's got to shut his mouth. Oh, Epstein. Yeah. Epstein totally took women from my spa and then gave them to politicians so they could fuck them. Oh. But the Epstein list is a hoax. Jeez. Yeah, Captain Joe says Epstein is mutually assured destruction for all elites. That's exactly it. In fact, I think Trump was in the Epstein list less than like the Dershowitzes and the Clintons and the Gateses. I just think he's in there enough for him not to want it to come out. Phantom X says, Aaron, you're being tarded. Well, no doubt. Let's hear why. They could easily have released Trump's name and his name only if he was actually on the list. They can do that without compromising anyone else. Love the show, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate that. Reasonable people can disagree. Mad Move says, tariffs take time. You won't be praising tariffs by Christmas. Well, I'm praising them if it leads to good trade deals, then I'll praise them. Mommy says Yeltsin was a drunk. Oh, are they arguing about, what's the argument about Yeltsin? Why are we're talking about Putin and Yeltsin in the chat? I mean, I encourage that. That sounds like a very heady discussion, Putin and Yeltsin. I mean, congratulations, but I don't know. I'm sad that we don't have good relationships with Russia. We're both white Christian countries, predominantly white Christian countries. We dress the same. We look the same. I don't know why we're not friends. I mean, what a world that would be. I mean, the elites need to keep us apart because they need to divide and conquer the earth's people and keep them against each other. But like, they're an energy-rich nation. We're an energy-rich nation. Like, the two of us on the same side, I mean, could you get closer to world peace? Who's going to fuck around if it's both the United States and Russia crossing their arms and looking at you and going, you're not thinking of fucking around, are you? Nope, apparently not. I'm not. And China doesn't have that much of an interest in international military intervention and shit like that. So they're more of like an economic warfare kind of a place. I'm bummed that we can't be friends with the Russians. You know, we can be friends with the Israelis who have committed far more atrocities than the Ruskies have, but we can't be friends with the Russians because Putin's a bad guy and apparently Netanyahu's a saint. I think at the very least, Melania was introduced to Trump via Epstein, says Mad Move. That alone would be embarrassing enough for him to want to bury it. Okay. That's an interesting idea that I'm not rejecting out of hand. Kraken Slappin says, I pre-ordered something today and it told me price will change because of tariffs. Fuck tariffs. No, I don't like tariffs either. I'm just saying that if deals continue to get made, I'll be willing to admit I was wrong on the whole tariff thing. Ryan the Garbage Man says maybe Trump is playing the long game and will release the Epstein list in the last weeks of his term. It's going to cost him a lot of goodwill in the meantime. That's a fucking tough long game to play. Hey guys, thank you very much for your contributions. You've been fantastic so far this morning. 190 away from today's goal. Like I said, I'm shooting for 100 by 9 o'clock. If you could help us get there, I mean, hey, that's great. You're doing awesome today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We are supported by listener contributions here on the program. If you got any big ones to drop in, hell, strike while the iron's hot. Why not? Thank you guys so much. Click those links that are pinned to the top of the chat and help us knock out those goals. All right, we got to get to the dildo thing. A WNBA game between the Golden State Valkyries and the Atlanta Dream took quite a turn when a fan threw a dildo on the court during a crucial... Oh, it was a 75-75 game with 54 seconds left. All right. Honestly, you can't create a better time to throw a dildo onto the... That's dildo throwing time. I mean, it's tense. It's close. It's not a buzzer beater shot. If they would have thrown a dildo on the court during a buzzer beater thing, that would have been uncouth. That would have been... That's disgracing the honor of the game. But like a minute left... High stakes, but time to reverse whatever happens. Chucking a rubber dick on the court? Classic. Especially, and the WNBA kind of does this to themselves. Because when you have the thing like the wig situation, and a referee kicks a fan out for making fun of a woman whose wig fell off during the game, you're creating a scenario where now these people who go to these games, A, kind of feel like you're targeting them, you're shitting on them, and B, they know that this shit bothers you. They know it upsets you, so they're going to do it to kind of goof around. I mean, we're all kind of living a Perry Pan. That's his black brother. A Peter Pan existence where we're all kind of got like a little arrested development just due to the way society is now. So some guy showing up to a WNBA game and just pulling it out of his inside coat pocket and chucking a dildo onto the... That's funny to a lot of people. And I think in this moment, also very, very funny. Also, the WNBA has been making a lot of noise lately. Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, attendance is up. But they're still losing a fuckload of money, and they have the audacity to bitch and say, pay us what we're worth. It's kind of like, oddly, it's kind of a Colbert type of a situation where it's like, hey, you girls are losing us a fuckload of money here. Like, you're a loss leader for the NBA. I don't know if you know this, but your paycheck is technically kind of a charity that we're running here. So why don't we, we're paying you what we can. You don't generate enough money. Some people are saying, though, that they're getting some TV deals here pretty soon, and that should knock out their losses. I hope it does. I hope it becomes self-sustainable. So let's see the infamous dildo moment. This is Golden State and Atlanta. It's 75-75. There's a minute left in the game, and apparently someone thought this is dildo time.
Hayes gets blocked
Block
by
three.
Mike Caldwell. Something flies on the floor.
Did you see it? There was a green dick. Keep an eye out for a green dick. That's not the first time I've said those words.
Caldwell. Something flies on the court, actually, from the crowd.
That announcer is going to regret acknowledging that item rolling across the floor as soon as she finds out what it is.
The officials will say they will continue play as that goes off the fingertips of the Valkyries. And you can see the object.
Oh, no. Don't. Gals, don't do a slow motion replay of the dick skittering across the paint.
The block right there, and the object comes, that green thing bounces. And
it's a green thing. Look at these two. Look at these two girls. They're sitting there. They're pointing like it's a fucking cock. They literally stopped playing. The referees haven't stopped the game yet. This girl is looking to drive to the basket. This girl in the white could play a little defense, but instead, these two girls are so enamored by the green cock that just flew in front of them, as you should be enamored with it. It's not an everyday sight. You're like, was that a fucking green dildo that just... Technically, that green dildo threw the best screen of the game for this lady.
To the sideline.
Look at that.
We're not exactly we're not sure where it came from.
Somebody's asshole.
No room for any of that type of activity. Yeah.
And look at that. Security's laughing. This lady, everybody's laughing. Oh, sorry. I forgot that I was wearing my hat that I keep my green dildo in. And I took it off and went like that. And it flung across the court. I got to stop wearing my dildo hat to WNBA games.
Once picked the object up yet, you guys.
They put it on TV. That never won't be funny in any context. You could show that during a presidential assassination attempt. That would be a moment of levity. Somebody threw a girthy little green dick right on the court.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Cameraman. All right, girls, I got a good shot of it. Switch to me. All right, let's take a look. Oh. Oh, you know what? Nice. She used a towel to pick it up. I was worried they were going to barehand the goblin cock. They did not. They did not barehand the goblin cock. They just picked it up with a towel, and they're going to... Now, here's the deal. You're going to get at least one of the players running that security guard down and going, oh, no, you just give it to me. I'll throw it away for you.
Inappropriate. Get him out of here, whoever it is.
Jesus. Inappropriate. Get him out of here, whoever it is. We don't take that nonsense here in the WNBA. You take your dick throwing to a Warriors game. Yeah, I know, but every time I try to throw a dick on the court at a Warriors game, Steph Curry keeps trying to sit on it. I don't know what to do. It's, Eaton Clam says, dust that dong for Prince. We're going to find out who threw that goddamn fluorescent neon green glow-in-the-dark dildo. This is an abomination to the game of women's basketball. Steve Kerr keeps trying to shove the dildos up his own ass. It's embarrassing. I wish he'd stop. He's insatiable. He thinks that he's doing well by minorities and being a good liberal if he sits on a green cock. Mad Move says smuggling that through security would have been hilarious. If they found it, I suppose it wouldn't be that hard to explain away until now. It's pretty hard to explain away a green dildo being brought into really any public gathering. I can't think of a public gathering that's appropriate for a green dildo other than a gangbang. Even then, there's probably enough dicks there. Glow in the dark, says Satan's mechanic. Dude, if that was a glow in the dark cock, fuck that guy for not doing it at the introduction of the starting lineups. You know, when they shut down all the lights, a glowy, fucking whirling, tumbling green dick rolling across as they do the intros. Now that would have been funny. Chips and Diff says, Omaha, Omaha, switch cameras. Nomo says, wigs and dildos, oh my. Eaton Clam says, fucking amateurs. Everyone knows that you break out the two-headed black dong for games. The green dong is for practice. I don't know, maybe they felt the two-headed black dildo was a little on the nose. Ablo Pacheco says, yeah, get him out of here. And more people will line up to do things like that. Yeah, oh yeah, you just made sure that you're getting Dildo Fest at one of these games. It's going to be like in Detroit, you know, when they throw squid on the ice. Get ready for a dick game. You start throwing people out for doing shit like this. Like I said, we're an immature people. They're going to do more of it. Wildcard with $1.99 says, I need to know if it was wet. I need to ask you, why? Why do you need to know if it was wet? I need to know why you need to know. This is remarkably troubling to me. Thank you for the $1.99. $190 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for getting us under 200 before 8 o'clock. That was very kind of you. Now let's see if we can get to 100 by 9. That would be really awesome. And keep gifting those Rumble memberships. We're only 31 away from 300. And we have the morning show and the evening show to get there. So thank you. Apparently it was a stress dildo. Well, then you need to get that back to the owner. Veldrain says, time for a Spartacus moment. Who threw that dildo? I did. No, I did. All husbands trying to get out of watching the game. They're after the game, all the wives find their husbands at the same bar, just watching training camp videos on their phone. They're like, I just wanted to watch some real sports is all. Apparently, our boy JJ McCarthy's been crushing it in training camp. And I'm willing to believe that because it's what I'd like to hear. So, therefore, JJ McCarthy's killing it in training camp. It's just a fact. Guys, thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Whether you're watching on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, over 600 of you checking out the toe, and by God, I appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and keep us growing. 185 away from today's goal as Zenman Builds gifting a membership to McBuster. Now let's get Abelgram a membership. Can we do that? We're 30 memberships away from 300 here on Rumble today. Pass that along, McBuster. $185 is the goal. Thank you very, very much. Look at McBuster paying it forward. Oh, now you can't, dude. You can't stop the train now. You cannot stop the train. If you're getting gifted a membership, you can't be the one to let it stop. Abelgram gifting a membership, and we're 29 away from 300 and 180 away from today's goal. Oh, Abelgram, please and thank you. If you throw in a membership, it keeps this thing going. Plus, T. Duden needs a membership, and he says, I keep focusing on that double chin. Well, then when you get a membership, you can pay it forward because that's bullying. You're bullying now, and nobody likes a bully, sir. Nobody likes a bully. Thank you guys very much. McBuster says, I already paid it forward. You slow. No, the Rumble chat is slow. Like when you guys send it, it doesn't show up right away. There's always a lag, unfortunately. So even if you're not Abelgram, if you want to keep the membership train going, I love it when these get started. Let's keep them going. Gifting a membership on Rumble. And we're 185. Or no, we're 180 away from today's goal. Again, thank you guys so much. Just an awesome audience and an awesome show. We appreciate it. I hope that Rumble Studio is working all right for you guys. If not, we can go back to Restream. It just works out better for our creator program thing. Your call. Ablo Pacheco says, wait a minute. Steel Toe was gifted a membership to his own show? No, I'm not a member. You have to be highlighted to be a member. Somebody, too, says, Aaron, how many games in until JJ gets hurt again? He's not going to get hurt. He's going to be fine. Hey, Abel Graham paid it forward. Thank you very much, Abel Graham, for gifting a member. This is the most fun to me. I love this. 175 away from today, 28 away from 300. Sam Show got the membership. Sam Show, pay it forward. Keep it going. This is good. People are saying no issues today. Stream's good. We might stay with Rumble Studio. And then if that ups our Rumble Creator Program payment, we'll drop the goal again. We dropped it. We finally got under 300. Yesterday's 200 in 3 hours was really easy to hit, and those evening show goals knock out really, really well. I think if we went to 200, that's like the dream for the toe. Sam Show gifted that membership, got that membership from Abel Graham. Sam Show, you pay it forward, and we keep this thing going. 175 away from today, 28 gifted memberships away from 300. Nova said, so did the anniversary weekend make money? Let me guess, it broke even. Anniversary show did a little better than breaking even. Golf outing broke, I think, to the dime even. I think because we gave out exactly what we brought in on the golf outing. I could have been a dick and I could have made a couple $100 on the golf outing by going back into the club, because what I did was when we got to the club, I paid for the 26 or 27 people that bought tickets. I had the Eventbrite thing up, counted it all up, and I paid for that because people paid for it. And then when 6 or 7 people didn't show up, I mean, we could have made $400 or $500 on the golf outing, but I don't know. People paid for it. So I'd rather, Wapakata gets that money than me just keep it. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. Okay. 175 away from today, 28 gifted memberships away from 300. All right. If Sam Show's not going to pay the membership forward, someone else takes Sam Show's place, gift the membership, because we got like a 4 membership train going. Let's keep it up. Satan's Mechanic said, how much was your liquor bill last weekend? At Stoney's, I had me, Gino, Keanu, and then I bought a couple of other people drinks. Probably Johnny too. I don't know how much Johnny drank. And with that, Gray Duckling, close your ears. I believe it was $230. I think the tab ended up being $230. It was really reasonable. Really reasonable. Thank you very much, Zen Man Builds, for gifting a membership. Looky there. Thank you, buddy. 27 gifted memberships away. 170 away from today's goal. And the gifted membership train continues. Eaton Clams getting gifted a membership by Zen Man Builds. Eaton Clams, if you want to pass that along, go ahead and pass it along. We're keeping it going. The Real Jacks 2 says, did you golf worth a shit hungover on Sunday? No, I was terrible. I didn't break 100. I had one of my worst rounds of the year. I was hitting bombs with my 6-iron, though. The 6-iron was probably, topping out at 190. I was really crushing the 6. There was a par 5 where I topped my tee shot. I fucked up my, what do you call it? Not my 3-iron, my hybrid. I fucked up my 3 hybrid, and it was really looking like it was going to be a struggle session. But then, fucking took out the 6-iron and blasted one right onto the fringe at the far end of the green, and then one putted the damn thing for a par. Not bad. My 6-iron saved my ass a couple of times. But yeah, I didn't golf worth a shit hungover. You're absolutely right. July is better. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, there's like rumors that Gino and I were like kissing girls' buttholes and like making out with chicks and stuff like that. Gino and I apparently, according to Steel Toe Obsessive Haters, We're like the biggest ladies' men ever. And I think if you look at Gino and I, you can tell we crush pussy, bro. We crush pussy. Is it kind of gay if you're a dude and you're making up fan fiction about two other dudes getting girls? Like, I know that those people have mental illness, but it's suspect, as the kids say. Eaton Clams gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Aaron's Dancing Porch Minky got that gifted membership, and the train continues. Keep it going. 26 gifted memberships. Away from, away from 300. There we go. Now I got it right. 160 away from the goal. 26 gifted memberships from 300. And now Aaron's Dancing Porch Minky, we've got a membership train going. Keep paying it forward. Let's see if we can do it. Mr. Eugenics says kissing butthole will give you shitty breath. That's correct. It will. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I heard you're awkward as fuck in front of women. Oh, no, dude. I crush pussy just like right in front of everybody. You have no idea. Apparently, I'm just Vidam, and Gino and I are fucking killing it. Satan's Mechanic says, you said it yourself. I had a good time from what they tell me. Oh yeah, I was in the cups, as Keanu said. I was feeling it. Hobo Chili Recipe says, a certain friend of mine told me some very damning things about you, Aaron. I'm sure I did some damning things. I was a fucking retard. Los Federales with $1 says, regarding that white couple that got beat up at the festival in Cincinnati, this guy explains the problem perfectly. Okay. I saw that police chief's yelling at the rest of us for sharing the video of that and just going like, that's not very responsible and that's pretty shitty. And it's like, lady, shut up. The only reason that you're mad that people shared it is because you guys didn't do your fucking job when it happened. These people got attacked in the middle of a street during a festival, and you guys didn't arrest a goddamn person and didn't look into it at all. And now you're mad that the rest of us showed it. We were pissed off and we were angry that you didn't do anything about it. So now you're yelling at us and saying that we're the problem. Fuck you. You didn't do your job. You fucked up. You're being called out and you're trying to do a shit rolls downhill thing. Plus, this woman is like uber liberal police chief, and she has been in controversies before. Apparently, white lieutenants are saying that she's racist as fuck against white dudes, is discriminating against them. She's been sued over it. Just some fat, white, progressive police chief. Oh, no. Jeremy says, thanks for the invite. Not a big bar guy anymore. Speaking of the tournament, can I pick up my sign so I can put it at the end of my driveway? I will check and see, because Johnny picked up some of the signs. I picked up some of the signs. And one of the other, I think we accidentally left one behind. I'll see if I have yours, and I'll try to get it to you. If you would have told me you wanted to keep your sign, you know what? I still have the logo. I could it'll be like a replica, but it'll be a very similar. I'm sorry about that, Jeremy. I didn't know you wanted me to keep the sign. We weren't in the best shape to preserve anything from that tournament. We were just happy that it went off without a hitch. King Kong Dong says the signs were goofy as shit. They were fucking goofy signs. I loved them. All right, let's see what... Oh, it's my boy. It's Pastor Manning had thoughts about the Cincinnati thing. Okay. Fuck yeah. I'm ready to hear what Pastor Manning's thoughts on the tsunami are. I want to hear this more than I want to take my next breath. Hey, guys, we have a gifted membership chain going on right now on Rumble. Right now it is stalled at Aaron's Dancing Porch Minky. If somebody wants to pick it up and gift a membership, let's keep that rolling. 160 away from today's goal. Very serious shot at getting to that 100 by 9 o'clock and staying ahead today. You guys have been great. Thank you so much. All right, Pastor, educate us.
The real problem is niggerism.
Jesus. What the fuck? Thank you guys for sending me shit to play cold. For fuck's sake. Los Federales goes, Pastor Manning, no, he didn't even say it was Pastor Manning. He says, this explains the Cincinnati thing perfectly. And I'm like, oh, Pastor Manning. I love Pastor Manning. And the first fucking thing he says out of his mouth, I'm going to play another like 3 seconds of this. If it stays this dark, I gotta.
That's the real problem. And that's the problem in all ghettos. That's the problem, niggerism.
All right. I think Pastor Manning made his point. Thank you guys for giving me cold Twitter videos to play on the program. It's fantastic. Zen Man gifting a membership to Hulkamash a baby. Hey, Hulkamash, do it, buddy. Keep it going. 25 gifted memberships away from 300 and 155 away from today's goal. Hey, wait a minute. It's Wednesday, not Tuesday. I've had the wrong goal up all day. I'm sorry, kids. Boom. There you go. All right, keep it moving. Easy Money's wife gifting a membership on YouTube. All right, YouTube, you want to get in on the gifting memberships? You guys go ahead and start a train. Let's do it on both sides. Let's do a train at both ends. People are now I'm catching up with the part of the chat from when we hit play on Pastor Manning. Ryan the Garbage Man says, well, you got my attention. T. Duden says, Johnny rolled his chair from hole to hole, picking up signs. Good for him. No, Johnny, we had a sign at his hole, and he took that one home with him. He got that. We got the rest of them. We did miss one, though. Jesus. Fatigue is real, says Mike Go. Even this guy feels it. Oh, have you ever listened to Pastor Manning? He's got some critiques. Put it that way. Honky with $1 says, good, I see my Pastor Manning themed thought-to-speech app has worked. Los Federales says, press 1 if you want Aaron to play the whole thing. All right, no, you guys are going to have to get under $100 by 9 o'clock if you want the whole Pastor Manning thing, because I'm putting my ass out there on that one. Keep gifting the memberships. Keep the train going. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Just fucking you. I know. I see all the ones in the chat. I know you want me to keep playing it. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I don't want to play the whole Pastor Manning thing. It seems like he's very fiery in that clip. So if I get what I want, you get what you want. I have to be mildly uncomfortable. Everybody wins. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants in the next 25 minutes. If we get this thing down under 100, I'll give you your Pastor Manning. JNP Jr. says 1 and RIP Steel Toe YouTube channel for 7 days. I think with the YouTube part of it, I think that as long as it's Pastor Manning saying it, you're a little better off. Victor says Pastor Manning drop incoming. Oh, okay. Victor's going to have a drop for us. I'm sure it'll be wildly appropriate. Jesus. I'm not scratching your non-racist back, Aaron. All right. Well, look, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, about 150 away from today's goal. The gauntlet, the offer has been thrown down. It's up to you guys from there. Candace Owens is not, speaking of a ballsy black person, Candace Owens is not backing down. I got to say, respect to Candace Owens. I've never been the biggest Candace fan, but A, she's very pretty. And B, she is not backing down. Like, you got to understand, like, the leader of France is suing her. And I think the leader of France, like the Macrons, probably thought, like, we'll put some pressure on Candace Owens. Because Candace Owens, if you don't know, Candace Owens keeps calling Bridget Macron a trans person and says Bridget Macron was born a man, was a man until like high school, and also that she like groomed her husband because they met when he was 15. And she's like 30. She was 30 something. And so Candace has been calling her trans. And the Macrons had enough. And they said, we're fucking suing you for defamation. And Candace has said, all right, grab your best hold. Let's fucking go. So now I don't know if the Macrons intended to get to this point or not, but now they're going to have to do this thing. We're going through discovery, which is odd because it kind of feels like it sort of feels like this is an easy one to prove. Like, just show us your vagina or your dick and we'll be able to tell if you're trans or not. And you can either shut Candace Owens up or Candace Owens will go, see, I told her so. Zen Man with $5 says, R.I.P. Johnny. I never got my Komodo dragon jerky. He did bring his exotic meat sticks to the golf event. Los Federales with $5 says, okay, guys, let's get that below 100. Here's the first 5. Let's keep it hoping for the Steel Toe Safe Space show. Oh, you just want your clip played, you dick. 145 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Keep that 145 going. Like I said, if it's 100 by 9, I'll play that Pastor Manning clip. All right, here we go. I don't know. Again, I'm not really sure how Candace Owens is going to quote unquote win this thing. But again, it does seem like there's an avenue here to win, and that is Macron pulls down her pants and out pops a cock. Candace Owens can keep going, and the Macron's got to shut the fuck up. And, you know, the other part of me says, if Brigitte Macron really does have a dick, then why would you file this lawsuit? It just makes it closer to. And now that you mention it, she does have kind of a dude-ish face. But I don't know if I can pull the trigger that Candace Owens is pulling. Here we go.
Guys, and we have seen this, there's definitely an uptick in donations. People that are like, take our money, want to help you fight this case. You know, I always want to be, if I ever come to you and I say I'm putting up a GoFundMe and I need the money, I want to make sure I really need the money, you know. And right now, we're obviously looking and shopping with lawyers. We do not really need the money at this moment. It's very early on, but I know that the process is supposed to be the pain, that they want to drag this out. I can't see them wanting to make it to discovery. I just don't see that happening. I think they'll fake kill Brigitte first. Like they'll be like,
Jesus. So you know how like when people get sued and the first thing they say is, all right, just don't talk about it. We'll take care of it. We'll move in silence. It'll be okay. Not Candace. Not Candace. I give her credit for her giant chocolate balls on this one. She's going, I think they'll fake kill Brigitte Macron before they'll go to discovery. Imagine if they find her discarded dick in discovery. That would be something, wouldn't it? That'd pretty much kill your case.
oh, Brigitte passed away from stress because of what Candace did. Oh, nobody can talk about her being a man anymore because Brigitte's gone. You know, this is terrible. That's what I'm more likely that would be the conclusion. I feel like that's way more likely than them going through discovery.
So Candace Owens is on record saying that she believes there will be like a Tupac conspiracy theory. Brigitte Macron fakes her death so that they don't have to talk about whether or not she's got a dick in discovery.
Right. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but that's my instinct anyways. Yeah, I mean, obviously supporting us, signing up on the website, all of those things, it's how you can support us. And also I want to feel like I'm giving you something back. So that's why I say go to candaceowens.com so you can join the book club. If you want to join the book club, it is amazing. We're beginning the Assault on Truth next week. But for those of you guys that give, I'm just incredibly blessed and grateful to all of you guys for recognizing the fight.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I got a lot of respect for Candace Owens, because she's not immediately going like the GoFundMe legal fund fucking route. I appreciate that. I didn't do that either. Like I'm, my private life is my private life, but I did something to protect my family. That's, knock wood, working out great. But it's not cheap. But I didn't ask my audience for money or do a GoFundMe simply because it's my thing. It's my private. I don't like it when people go, oh, I have a private life, respect my privacy, blah, blah, blah. But then they go, oh, by the way, speak or donate to my privacy. I'd like to keep it private, so I'd like to keep it off the program as well. So I'm fine. All bills are being paid. We're good over here on the old toe. Lab Glass gift. Oh my God, Lab Glass with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, buddy.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
That puts us 120 away from today's goal with Lab Glass dropping in 5 gifted memberships. And we're only 20 gifted memberships away from 300 here on Rumble. All right. So if you guys, so that's 12 gifted memberships. That's the chain we're on right now. Keep that chain moving. T. Duden, 09 Canyon, Raven. What about me? What about Raven? And a couple of others gifted memberships. Hey, if you got gifted a membership, pay it forward, pass it along. We'll be at 100 in no time. We'll be in 0 at no time. Thank you very much, Rumble, for all of these contributions. YouTube, if you guys want to get a gifted membership train started, go nuts for that as well. So Candace Owens not backing down on the whole Macron's a dude thing. That takes balls of steel. Dead Game says she married money. I agree. Her husband's very, very wealthy. So yeah, they shouldn't need to take any donations. 09 Canyon says, I can't hear or read the name Mike or Michael without yelling Big Mike in my head. I know every time I think of the Obamas, I think of Michelle being Big Mike because of you fuckers. For God's sake. There's a lot of people, who think that Joan Rivers was murdered by the Obamas because she said that Michelle's a man. People say that. Novocaine with $5 says arrest made. Oh boy, let's see who got arrested. And thank you for the $5, 383 Novocaine. Look at you guys, $5-10 at a time. 115 away from today. If in the next 15 minutes $20 comes in, I got to play the Pastor Manning thing. I promised. So keep gifting those memberships. We appreciate it. There's a rumor that Macron's wife is actually Macron's biological father. That's why it's a big deal. Oh. Really? Huh. Gross. Hey, that's not true, Approachable. I did cut the goal, my friend. I cut the goal based on the difference between what April brought in and what April cost. That's the difference. No, to the person texting, you got to hire people for it. And that ain't cheap, my man. Nova got a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Keep paying those forward, and we'll keep kicking ass.
Also learning more.
All right, this is the okay. We do have an update on arrests being made in the Cincinnati thing. Let's do that.
More about the people arrested following that violence that went viral and what happens next legally.
So we talked with Hamilton County Prosecutor Connie Pillage tonight, right before police released the names of 2 of the 5 suspects charged. WLWT News Live's Rachel Hersheimer is live now with that part of our team coverage tonight. Hi, Rachel.
Hey, Mike and Sheree, and we are learning new details from court documents about the role the 2 suspects played in this fight that went viral on social media. And we're also learning, according to court documents, that one of the suspects who was arrested actually bonded out of jail earlier this month for an incident involving a gun.
Yeah, I'm going to prosecute them to the fullest extent I can.
I don't fucking buy a word of it. I don't fucking buy a word of it.
County police say 34-year-old Montanez Merriweather and 24-year-old Decra Vernon are charged with felony assault and aggravated riot. In court documents, officers say police say Vernon punched a victim in the face, knocking them unconscious. Police say Merriweather is seen in the video punching a victim while others are stomping him in the head.
Violence just is never the answer.
Aww.
And it's really unacceptable in 2025 for people to do this to each other.
More court documents.
You know what? I don't dislike her. She's fine. The prosecutor seems to have more balls than the fucking police chief, that's for sure. This shit happens and the police chief blames all the people sharing the video and is pissed at us. At least the prosecutor goes, in 2025, we shouldn't be doing this to each other. I mean, yeah, stomping on each other's heads while we're on the ground, knocking women unconscious. Yeah, you're right. 2025, it's Probably a fucked up thing to do in 1825, too. I mean, 1725, probably a fucked up thing to do. 1625. I'm just trying to go back each century. You'd probably have to go to like, I would even say in the Roman times, like 125. It was fucked up to stomp on a guy's head and knock a woman unconscious.
Documents show Merriweather bonded out of jail earlier this month in a separate arrest for receiving stolen property. He was charged with having a gun illegally.
What? You mean it wasn't this guy's first time being in trouble with the law? I can't believe it. I thought he was just a good guy who got caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Records show he was convicted of aggravated robbery in 2009.
What?
After seeing video of this weekend's fight, Pillage looks to set an example.
In order to dissuade people from committing these types of offenses, I'm going to throw the book at them.
On Monday.
I'm sorry. That voice does not convince me. I hate to be a skeptic, but oh boy, gee golly gosh, after I saw that video, tell you what, I'm going to throw the book at him. I don't know.
Cincinnati's mayor said there is no indication the fight was racially motivated at this point.
Fuck you, dude. I know that you have diversity in the city you run, but bro, a group of black people beating up old cue ball and then punching a white bitch in the mouth, not racially motivated? Let's turn the tables. Let's put a bunch of bald white guys around a black guy and have them kick the shit out of him and see if that mayor doesn't try to score social brownie points by talking about white supremacy. Fuck you and your goddamn hypocrisy.
At the federal level, suggests race may play a role. Yeah. Pillage says anything could have started the fight.
When people are drinking, they're short-tempered. They don't use good judgment.
Not me. I'm drunk. I'm happy. That sounded alcoholic. What I meant was like I'm in a good mood typically when I'm drunk or I'm sleepy. I'm either in a good mood or I just want to go to bed.
Would not be surprised if some people had imbibed in some alcohol that night to allow them to respond in a way they normally wouldn't.
She fucking goes off in her nice white lady voice, but she's like, and we all know that when African Americans imbibe alcohol, their aggression portion of their brain swells. And they can't help but get hitty. I was like, Jesus.
So in all, police say right now 5 people
she starts quoting Anthony Cumia tweets.
Facing charges, and the 2 people who were arrested today.
Well, we all know that they're animals and they're not people. Jesus, lady.
Have court dates scheduled for tomorrow and today. Police Chief Terry Thigi saying that a third person could.
Yeah, Terry Thigi, you can tell by the way he uses his walk. He's a woman's man. No time to talk.
Surrender and be arrested any moment. Reporting live tonight, Rachel Hersheimer, WWT News 5.
Rachel, thank you. More
what? Oh my God. Hope not. All right, so they're starting to arrest people. Slowly but surely, they're starting to arrest people. That's good. So they actually do want to do a little something about this. Papa Shab got gifted a membership by Lab Glass as well. All right, if you got gifted a membership today, gift one back because we're 20 away from 300 on Rumble. We're 115 away from today's goal. And I did say that we would play that Pastor Manning clip that somebody sent in. It's just a little too rough. So I did say, you guys scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. 115. You guys get under 100 by 9 o'clock in 9 minutes. I'll do the Pastor Manning. And the best way to do it, and the best way it's worked so far today, keep gifting those memberships. You guys are doing great. Thank you so much. All right, we got, oh God. We've got Megyn Kelly a little later today laying some hard truths about Israel. And she's basically saying, like, look, Israel's becoming remarkably unpopular. The rest of the world, Western democracies, places that maybe were early supportive of Israel, they're turning on Israel. People are starting to notice some shit about Israel. I mean, I'm guilty of that in the last year or so, really since October 7th, realizing that, wow, Israel is almost happy to tell you about October 7th so that they can use it as a pretense to go murder Palestinians. I'm not saying that's how they feel. I'm saying the way they talk about it makes me feel like they're like, oh, yeah, 1,200 of our people were murdered on October 7th. So we're going to go in there and fuck it. And it's like, so are you like mourning the dead? Or are you just like, let's fill up some baby coffins? Like it's like the way Israel talks about these things is mildly sociopathic. And then there's also the fact that they don't even treat women and children in Gaza like they're human. I mean, they shoot them like dogs. It really is just a tragic, like if it was white people in South Africa doing it to black people in South Africa, the world would be mortified and they would say, this is white supremacy. This is the return of Nazism. This is the KKK. If that's what was going on. This is Crystal and Cigar talking about Charlie Kirk. And, you know, Charlie Kirk, like, there are days where he gets this fucking close to figuring it out. And you're like, oh, this guy isn't a puppet of the machine, right? Maybe he's got his own thoughts. And then the next day he'll come out and you'll go, nope, this guy's he's got fucking neocon hands so far up his asshole, he can't even think his own thoughts. This is Charlie Kirk saying Israel is not starving Gaza. Really? That's true. You know, technically they're not starving Gaza. They just, when kids run to the soup bowl to try to get some food, they just shoot them.
All right, should we get to Charlie?
Let's talk about it. So I mentioned earlier that there is this propaganda effort. You referenced it on the show yesterday to deny that any starvation is actually happening in the Gaza Strip, that this is all just, you know, some media propaganda. I love how they imagine that the media is on the side of the Palestinians, which is so like, utterly
That is funny. It's like you watch reporting on Israel Gaza. The suffering of Palestinians is not exactly covered very much. Like the AP article we found on it was a couple paragraphs long.
Really? It's actually really believable.
Yeah, I know they do. Yeah. It's insane. Yeah. Like the number of former IDF that work at these outlets is like, okay, you guys are like completely out to lunch. But in any case, Charlie Kirk went right along with this and invited this guy on to, you know, spin this utterly false narrative about how, of course, there's no hunger in the Gaza Strip, and these are all lies that are being fed to you. Let's go.
We're opening up an old country buffet. I mean, what the fuck's the problem? You know, certain food items can't be imported into Gaza because Israel's blockade stops it and said, no, that sugar can be used to make bombs. You can't let that into the country. Or it's not even a country, the territory.
Go ahead and take a listen to a little bit of that.
I hate being lied to, and I hate being propagandized.
Oh, fuck you, Charlie. You hate being lied to and you hate being propagandized, and you've got an IDF guy on there telling you, oh, no, nobody's starving. And you love it as long as they're telling you what you want to hear. I hate being propagandized. Don't you go to college campuses and tell college kids what to think? Okay, cool. He's so machine bred. That's my problem with him. He's so a product of the machine. Like, remember when this asshole said, I'm done talking about Epstein because I believe my friends in the government. And he's supposed to be a conservative. You know, this is the one that Nick Fuentes sent people to his live events to ask him, how does gay marriage conserve American values? And it's basically like Charlie Kirk was doing this tour and he had like this cross-dressing drag queen lady on stage with him, and they're like, how is this conserving America's values? And kind of called him out for it. And you know, the other thing I did not see coming out of this whole Israel-Gaza thing, Nick Fuentes is getting straight up popular. And like I've said before, Nick Fuentes takes some positions that even makes me go, oh my God, that's fucking out there. But he is he's making the rounds. He's scratched and clawed his way into more people's eyesight. But hearing Charlie Kirk say he doesn't like being lied to and he doesn't like being propagandized. Didn't the Trump administration call you personally to tell you to stop talking about Epstein and you went for it?
And this weekend, there was an all-out propaganda campaign trying to make it seem as if Israel is intentionally starving the people of Gaza.
72 people. And 72 people were killed and over 200 wounded going to an aid site to get food. Yeah, there's a problem, bud.
Kind of get into the weeds of the numbers, but the quantities of food.
I'm sure that Rabbi Pesach Waliki is going to be a very moderate voice on this issue, and you can totally trust him. I mean, forget that Zionist Jews view the people who live in Gaza as cattle and less human than the Jews. And by the way, that is not all Jews. That's Zionist Jews believe that those people are like cattle and should be moved out.
Brought into the Gaza Strip since the beginning of the war and month over month is enough to feed the Gaza Strip, according to the World Food Program's numbers for what it takes to feed people, for longer than this war has gone on, for about 27 months worth of food. And there's plenty of food getting into the Gaza Strip.
I'm just going to say this. You're pulling that number out of your ass, and I'm also going to say I just flat out don't believe you. I don't trust you. I don't believe you that that's an accurate statistic. And Charlie Kirk is not going to drill down into that. He's just going to accept it because it's what he wants to hear.
This is pure visual warfare. Plug a 309. This is all this is. This is propaganda.
Oh, yeah. A baby whose fucking spine you can see. Just visual propaganda. I mean, the suffering of the people of Gaza is just visual propaganda. What if you said that about the people murdered, raped, and taken hostage on October 7th? What if you had said that? What if you had gone on your show and gone, this is all just torture porn. This is all just visual propaganda and brainwashing. It wasn't that bad. 60,000 Palestinians have died in Gaza since this war started. 60,000 in about 20 months. But a starving baby being held by its mother when you can see its malnourished spinal column. Oh, that's his visual propaganda. Why do these fucking conservatives not see the Palestinians as human? What is this? Is this like some leftover 9/11 shit with them? Why is it when it's brown-skinned Palestinians, they just flat out do not give a fuck? And, you know, if they see pictures like this, they go, oh, it's propaganda. Oh, Hamas must just be stealing all the food. They cannot conceive in their mind that maybe Israel is starving people in Gaza. I mean, they can't conceive in their brain that the Likud party, who's in charge, and Netanyahu, who's in charge, and have said, we want to move out these Palestinians and we want to claim this land for greater Israel. They can't conceive that maybe some of these people might be purposely maltreated. Jesus Christ.
Propaganda, emotional, visual, optical warfare. Optical warfare.
Wow.
And so no one likes to see what you're looking at here. Looks like a kid who's starving to death. Right?
No, Charlie, it doesn't look like a kid who's starving to death. It's a fucking baby starving to death. That's bad. No matter what, that should stop. And every time you say that should stop, these people go, Hamas has to release all the hostages. Israel's never responsible to do anything to stop this. Lift the blockade. Lift the blockade and let these people eat.
The whole story says this. The story says young, old, and sick starved to death in Gaza. That is the front page of the New York Times. And so the picture they're using is of Muhammad al-Matawak, a child with a muscular disorder, and they're using that as the face of famine in Gaza.
Oh, so that one picture is from a kid with a muscular disorder, which, by the way, can that muscular disorder be caused by malnutrition? Possibly. But let's say that it's not caused by malnutrition. Let's say it's just kid got shitty luck of the draw. You cherry pick one picture from one article, deny all the statistics, the data, and facts. And that all you're doing is trying to make yourself feel better. That's all you're doing, dude. How do you explain people aren't starving in Gaza? How do you explain 72 people being mowed down, willing to die because they wanted to go to an aid facility and get food? People don't do that if they're full and fat and happy.
So
there, you got your picture of the kid with a disease, which is also very heartbreaking. I've got hardcore statistics of 72 people willing to be shot to death by the IDF because they just wanted to get food. And by the way, if the media was so anti-fucking Israel, why is it that I barely got lucky and stumbled upon that story? Nobody talked about it. You didn't.
When intentionally allowing the kids of Gaza to starve, what is going on here?
When you talk about
is Hamas intentionally? It's never Israel's fault.
UN in
let's just say this: October 7th was fucking evil. Hamas is a death cult and deserves to be destroyed. I don't think Israel and America should have created it in the first place. I don't think Israel should have helped it grow in the first place. I thought they should have dealt with the PLO. But that doesn't mean that Israel's off the hook.
In Gaza.
The fact that Zelensky's a fucking gangster puppet dictator doesn't change the fact that Putin acts like a fucking gangster too.
You're not talking about the people sitting in the United Nations in New York. The UN in Gaza is Hamas.
The UN is Hamas, and he makes all the fully debunked claims about Hamas is stealing all the aid, and that's why we had to use the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which Israeli military officials told the New York Times is not true. There has never been any evidence of this whatsoever. In fact, what there has been evidence of is Israeli-backed thugs who have been stealing aid. There's evidence of that. There is no evidence that Hamas has been consistently in any way stealing this aid.
There may not be evidence, but let me say this. I don't have a hard time believing that Hamas might do that. I mean, the Somali militias under Mohammed Farah Aidid stole UN food aid to bribe people to fight for their militia. They said, if you fight for us, we'll feed you. And in Somalia, they were starving. So I wouldn't doubt if Israel and Hamas are both doing that. I have no problem. I mean, you got to be careful that you don't get so anti-Israel that you defend Hamas, because Hamas fucking is ass. Hamas is terrible. A pox on both their houses. But like, just this whole starving children is optical warfare bullshit, you know? Just everybody losing their humanity because they want to be right in a political argument is just so fucking gross to me. Like, it's so, we're going to forget how to be people. We're going to forget how to have any empathy for starving children or anything else because I have to be right when I talk to my friends about Israel. Jesus. Thank you to Give Me Tips for gifting a membership. Who got that one? And he says, play the damn video. I played it. I let it go. If I sit there for too long and I don't comment on it, people go, what are you doing? Are you fucking letting the video play? I got to strike a balance. You know, I'm a commentator. I'm a commentator, my man. 110 away from today's goal. We did not get under 100 by 9 o'clock. So the Pastor Manning thing, I think what I have to do with the Pastor Manning thing is say, if we knock out the whole goal before 10 a.m., then I can do it. But either way, 110 away from today's goal, which is great, which is awesome. I appreciate it, guys. Keep going. You're doing an awesome job today. Bapa Shab says they let October 7th happen. They ignored warnings from their own military and then buried it. Oh, kind of like they didn't tell us about 9/11. Listen to Tucker and his interview with Anna Kasparian. The way Tucker talks about 9/11, does anyone get the vibe that he might be a bit of a truther? And he just doesn't want to come out and say it because it's still kind of a hot thing to say. Tucker, when he talks about 9/11, I've noticed, is he goes, my government told me that Islamic radicals attacked the World Trade Center. That's what my government says happened on 9/11. I don't have any other information to show that that's not what happened, but that's what they tell me happened. And I'm like, I think Tucker wants to say something, but he doesn't want to say something, if that makes any sense. Bapa Shab says, Hamas doesn't exist, you retard. They are blowing children up. I mean, Hamas exists. I mean, who's firing the fuck? We're not going to go to Israel is launching rockets at itself, are we? I think Hamas exists. I just don't think if a powerful military knuckled down for 2 years, Hamas would be gone by now. This isn't about getting rid of Hamas. This is about relocating Palestinians so they can take the land, or killing them. Either way, or making it so insufferable that they leave. Nomo says Christians in the Middle East and Africa are getting slaughtered every day, yet no mainstream news coverage on it at all. Shaking my head. Israel's bombing Catholic churches. Israel is bombing Catholic churches. Did you know that the Catholics in Israel or in Gaza are pro-Hamas? And again, this is before they started bombing their churches. Papa Shab says, that's not a 5-year-old Palestinian girl. That's Hamas. Bomb her. Doggo Doesn't Die says, yeah, but in real time, guys like Tucker and Hannity supported Bush and all that unconstitutional nonsense. accurate 100%, but Tucker is the only one who says, I was wrong. That was incorrect. I had the wrong position back then. Chevy fan says, I didn't know Benjamin Netanyahu replaced an assassinated president. Benjamin Netanyahu. I thought he replaced Sharon or Barack. Ehud, not Obama. Who did Netanyahu? Because he was the prime minister when I was a kid. Then he came back when I was a teenager. Succeed. Won the majority. Netanyahu was designated by Israeli President Shimon Peres to succeed Ehud Olmert. That's who it was. Ehud Olmert. I forgot about him. I know Ariel Sharon. I know Ehud Barak and Ehud Olmert. I got to stop doing that with my H's. I sound like a fucking douche. Knock it off, you fucking trying to pander cunt asshole. Meanwhile, Jewish art students were dancing when the Twin Towers got hit, but oy vey the noticing, says Ablo Pacheco. Nomo says Tucker needs to go get Theo Vaughn on so he can accidentally stumble onto talking about 9/11. Yeah. Aaron's Dancing Porch Minky gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Hey, guys, 105 away from today's goal. 18 gifted memberships away from 300. Keep going. Let's get under $100 by 9:30. Thank you so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hey, keep those gifted memberships going because I believe we've gotten halfway to 300 today from where we were. I think we're at 16. We started at, or 18 or whatever. We started at 32. So we're getting close. Baba Shab is mad at me for even saying Hamas. Well, Hamas does exist. I just don't think that it would take 2 years to finish Hamas if you really wanted to go after him. Give Me Tip says, did you count my gifted sub? Yeah. No, because we'd be at 17 now. There we go. 17 gifted subs away from 300. 105 away from today's goal. Thank you. Sam Show says it doesn't exist, retard. I thought we created it with Israel. How can it not exist if we created it? Oh, boy. This is kind of my problem. Like, my natural takes on Israel and Palestine are pretty anti what Israel's doing. But people who are like I'm not anti-Israel enough for those people. And I'm a total anti-Semite to pro-Israel people. I'm in this weird no man's land. And I understand why people get pressured into just going all the way to one side or another, because it's like trying to be a guy who doesn't want to join a gang in prison. Like, you're going to get shanked by everybody and butt fucked, dude. Because like my position on Israel is not as hardcore as people who go full anti-Israel, but I don't like Israel at fucking all. And I think they do really dastardly, evil Nazi Germany shit. And to people who like neocons who support Israel, they go, well, you're anti-Semitic. And I'm not that either. But like when you are that, even though you're probably closer to the anti-Israel crowd, you know, you kind of catch it from both sides. That's for sure. Papa Shab says, you're a 60-year-old boomer who supports Israel. You deserve to get... How can I call somebody Nazi Germany and yell and scream about them every day to the point where when we do shows where we don't mention Israel, people go, thank you so much for doing no Israel talk today. Oh, man. You're brown and mad online. I win, said Crowder Wears Panties. Oh, Baba Shab says, not talking about you. Oh, well then who the fuck are you talking about? I thought you've been yelling at me this entire time. 105 away from today's goal and just 17 gifted memberships on Rumble away from 300. Thanks again. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe. We appreciate it. A little over an hour left to go in today's show, and goal has been coming down real nice. Real nice, guys. Thank you, and continue. We've got to open. Oh shit, we got to open up our 7 o'clock hour stories, and while we do that, let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Derek and Tracy, one of our audience members went to Midland Armory yesterday, wrote to me afterwards and said, Derek is an encyclopedia of knowledge. Derek is really fucking smart when it comes to firearms and suppressors and everything else. So go to Midland Armory in downtown Foley, and I guarantee your questions will be answered. You'll learn a lot. You know, one thing I've seen Derek do that's really great is that you go to a lot of gun places and things like that, firearms places, self-defense places, and they'll just sell you the most expensive thing, right? They'll just go like, hey, you want to come in? You want to buy that? You think that one looks good? All right, do it. Derek really does talk to you and find out what's good for you. And he'll, like, I've seen it. He's so good at finding people what they want that he costs himself money. He's still going to make money off the gun, but you know what I mean? Like, he makes a smaller sale than he probably could because he's like, no, this is better for what you're looking for. This more expensive thing isn't going to give you what you're looking for. Just a good guy, runs a great business. Go check him out. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our friends at All Care pick you up faster than anyone else. So if you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, flat tire, lock your keys in your car, you name it, they've got you taken care of all the way at All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. 105 away from today's goal. Oh, and of course, Stoney's, where we had the anniversary show, Stoney's Bar. Go check them out. Tomorrow is bike night at Stoney's. I should probably get out there before bike night and get my boards and everything else. I'm probably taking up storage room for old Cheetos. My bad. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Ablo Pacheco says, does Midland Armory do FFL shipping? Yes, that is very important. You can order online if you have an FFL and send it right to your door from Midland Armory. MSO says, Thursdays at Stoney's, bang Kiki in the bathroom. It's not an actual feature. It doesn't actually happen at Stoney's. You're making things up. Stoney's in downtown Rockville. All right. Freedom costs $1.05. Knock out the last of that goal and call it another win for the toe. Oh, I see. Bapa Shab and Crowder Wears Panties are fighting with each other in the chat over Gaza. Don't worry. Here, you know what, guys? Let me play something that will kind of calm everybody down. It won't stop. It won't start more fighting. It'll get people to kind of chill out, and it won't tug at your emotional heartstrings. Let's play a story that's not going to do that.
As we heard from Rachel a moment ago, President Trump has vowed to help with the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza. He's promised to set up food centers in the war-torn region. Joining us now.
Yes, food centers to help feed the Palestinians, or as Israel calls them, target practice sites.
Now is Avril Benoit, the CEO of Doctors Without Borders in the U.S. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. For people who are...
Anyone else find that funny? Doctors Without Borders in the U.S.? I mean, technically, if you're Doctors Without Borders, you're not in a country. You don't have any borders. You're Doctors Without Borders, not Doctors Without Borders in the U.S. That acknowledges a border. What the fuck are we doing?
We're just sitting at home watching right now. How would you describe the hunger crisis?
Well, it's catastrophic, and the famine conditions have been in the works for many, many months. It's true.
I've actually heard that that's all propaganda by the New York Times and that all those kids just have cystic fibrosis. That's what Charlie Kirk told me. So all those kids that are starving in Gaza, they all just have the disease that Deontay Wilder's daughter has. You guys are lying. That's what I've been told. They're all just eating and munching and chowing down all fucking day, but they got spina bifida, so it's not Israel's fault.
People are starving. Even our own aid workers in hospitals are fainting, are feeling weak.
Well, in fairness, if all of those Hamas guys would stop launching rockets out of operating tables, then, Israel wouldn't have to kill sick people in hospitals. Israel doesn't want to keep bombing cancer patients, you guys, but Hamas keeps hiding rockets inside of the chemotherapy bags and then launching them at Israel like water shooting out of a clown's flower. So that's why, so what's really happening is all those people are starving because Hamas is eating all the cheeseburgers we send. And actually, there is no starvation. They all just are crippled.
They're not sure when they will see their next meal. They're often eating just
Oh, no, that's not true. They'll see it. It's just that they won't get to it before they're capped by an IDF soldier. Someone writing in goes, last year, all doctors in the U.S. were Doctors Without Borders. That's a good point.
Every 2 days. And you can imagine for the patients who are recovering from catastrophic injuries, maybe they have lost limbs, they have burn injuries, they need nutrition.
And of course, those burn injuries and that crippling, all those crippled people, that is obviously because Hamas is just ritualistically beating them throughout the day. Like this guy's wheelchair, he's hiding Hamas rockets in it.
To be able to recover, their bodies need the calories and the micronutrients to be able to fight off infections, to fight off all that is claiming their lives.
I don't know, man. Rabbi Pico de Gallo told me that all those people have 2 years worth of food just hiding in their basements, along with a bunch of Katyusha rockets for Hamas. God. I listened to that Douglas Murray, Dave Smith debate again. Fucking hell, listen to Douglas Murray be like, well, all the people in Gaza are keeping RPGs in their basement for Hamas. Shut up.
So malnutrition definitely makes the health conditions for all these patients a lot worse. And we're seeing that the levels are high. So people are coming into hospitals and clinics for other things. And it turns out 1 in 4 of the patients that we surveyed who were children and mothers, women who were lactating or pregnant, 1 in 4 were malnourished.
Fuck. And that's not going to that's going to cause serious problems going forward for that generation of kids born in Gaza. But I think the craziest thing about that is the fucking aid workers that were there. The aid workers that are working in Gaza are starving too. So the people who were sent there to help the starving people, they're now starving with them. God, guys, I wish Hamas would stop doing all of this. It's really terrible how much Hamas is doing all this stuff. Chips and Diff says, hey, Trump, we could help Gaza by stop funding the fucking war. I would agree with that. Chevy Fan says, hearing about this famine makes this breakfast sandwich taste good. You're an asshole. Eaton Clam says, Aaron volunteered at DJs for BJs. It's the radio version of Doctors Without Borders. People need service. Do you guys have anything in the chat like what else Hamas is doing? Any other dastardly things Hamas is up to? Please, in the chat, if you could. Did you see them feasting during the month of fasting, says Parodies? God can't see what they do underground, what anyone does, or so they think. 09 Canyon says killing kids is sure a way to keep a group of people mad at you for generations. Well, yeah. I mean, you can't wonder why these groups exist. After you occupy their homes for 60 years, then you blockade their country and starve their kids. They're going to hate you a little bit. Ablo Pacheco says some of the aid workers were shot to death accidentally. Mr. Beat says 408 aid workers have died. Holy shit. My boomer parents constantly get these pro-Israel, give those poor folks, makes no sense. It's the worst single event for aid workers in recorded history. Jeez. Unbelievable. All right, boys and girls, we are $1.05 away from banging out today's goal, so we're getting close. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. We do like to be under 100, definitely by 9:30, so we can just turn the goal into a shooting range for the last hour of the program. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Go ahead and throw a little rocket fuel in our engines, and let's power it till the end. Let's get into those double digits. That always feels nice. One more Israel clip today, and then we'll be done. Megyn Kelly was on Uncensored with Piers Morgan, and I thought she made a great account of herself on the topic of Israel. She said, look, Israel is doing this to themselves, and they're alienating themselves in the world community. People are starting to see that Israel has made themselves the villain in this thing.
You mentioned Gaza there. I was struck again by Trump today because I've had a position on this whole war from the start, that what happened on October the 7th was utterly horrific, that of course Israel had to defend itself with force, which they did. But I kept saying from the start, for a few months.
But this is like, okay, this was like after 9/11. You don't protect yourself from guys in hang gliders shooting people by arming up fighter bombers and tanks and engaging in urban warfare. That's not how you fight that. It's a police action. It's investigations. It's finding cells and it's busting up those cells. It doesn't make any sense to respond to what happened on October 7th with a robust military response. You're not fighting a military. You're not fighting combatants in uniforms. So using a military approach is just going to mean you're not going to get the people you mean to get. You're going to kill a shitload of civilians. It's like you need a scalpel, so you start using a wooden mallet. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what a proportionate response is. It seemed like the response was overwhelming. And at what point would that cease to be proportionate? And I've been really...
October 7th was so terrible and so awful that Israel had to bomb the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's High Officer Command and kill them.
Made in the last few months by the way it seems to me that the Israeli government has moved from a position of self-defense to one of just obliterating Gaza.
I've got bad news for you, Piers. They never changed their approach. They never changed. They just took the mask off a little too much. They pulled at the mask and it came down too far and you started noticing it. The Likud party has always had the Greater Israel plan. They've always wanted to get the Muslims out of Gaza.
Perhaps expelling all Palestinians.
This is like 9/11. This is like Bush using 9/11 to go into Iraq. A really shitty thing happened. Let's do it to go after people who had nothing to do with it because I've always wanted to do this.
Like Smodrich and the government are now openly saying, and starving children. And I don't think the two things are incompatible. I think you can be supportive of Israel's right to defend itself, and you can support what Israel did with Hezbollah and what they did with Iran, as I have done, but also be incredibly concerned by these images coming out of Gaza now of starving people. Where do you sit with this, Megyn? Because it is complex. I don't, for a moment, suggest this is easy.
Again, the Israel is the new Germany metaphor. Gaza is not that far removed from basically looking like a giant concentration camp at this point.
In any way, but where do you sit with what is going on now with Gaza?
Well, I'm always reluctant to put too much stock in the images coming out of Gaza, that phrase, because they're...
God forbid. That might make you feel shitty and that would be horrible, but nobody ever says, I don't trust the images coming out of October 7th. I don't trust the image. But for some reason, when it's brown Muslims starving to death, we got to be careful.
And they're masters of propaganda, and they're fine having their own children starve just as long as they can put them on camera and show them off to the world. That's Hamas. And frankly, it's a lot of Palestinians. So I'm very skeptical of taking those images at face value and saying it's Israel's fault. Having said that, it's time. It's time now. Israel, whether it realizes it or not, has made itself the villain of the world.
Yes.
In letting this thing go on so long. They have lost support amongst their dearest friends. And even the entire Democrat Party here in the United States has turned against them, and they're losing Republicans by the day here in America.
They're losing Republicans because we were promised America first, and we're not getting it in foreign policy. Everything in our foreign policy is help Israel, help Ukraine. Well, fuck, none of that. How does that get us closer to America first? Worrying, funding, and arming all these other countries. I don't understand how that's America first. That's why Republicans are turning on Trump, at least on foreign policy. And people are turning on Israel not because of some propaganda war. People are turning on Israel because they're seeing what they're seeing and they go, this is fucking evil. This is really, really bad. And also, if the face of your public relations is Benjamin Netanyahu, you can't be surprised when people think you're a sociopath. Sorry. Can't the camera crew give them a fucking sandwich? Okay, that's kind of funny. Like, yeah, that is kind of a good point. Like, I mean, hey, could you stop taking pictures of that starving kid for a minute and maybe, hook him up? Mecca Jones got gifted a gifted membership by LabGlass. Hey guys, pass along those gifted memberships. It's almost 9:30. Just for the optics of it, get us under $100 by 9:30. So in this last hour, we can fire away at the goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You guys have been exquisite in your pursuit of the goal today. Continue on. Just another rally like the last one we had. You can call it a day for the goal here on the toe. But let's, I don't know, in the next 2 minutes, let's go on a little $10, $15 run. Let's get under $100 and then full steam ahead towards the goal. Gift a membership on YouTube or Rumble, and then as you get memberships, keep passing them along. We've got a chain going today, but the chain does seem to have stalled, so let's keep it going. MSO says Hamas caused Aaron's divorce. Papa Shab says everyone I don't like is Hamas, the Israeli guide to target acquisition. Like, here's the issue. The issue is that everybody who is a talking head on this, it's either all one way or all another. Like, I'm sorry, but Israel has the capacity to lie and deceive. America has the ability to lie and deceive. And then people are like, hey, what about Hamas? What about Hezbollah? What about them? We already know they have the ability to lie and deceive. We've been told that our whole fucking lives. It's beaten into our head with propaganda. We already buy that. But what a lot of people don't understand on this side is that sometimes your own side lies to you and fucks with you and propagandizes you. So understand that this game is being played on two sides. All right? You got to understand that. All right, let's go into let's go. We've got a guy who's I mean, look, we've seen how many? 2 people so far that want to run for president in 2028. We've seen Gavin Newsom, and Gavin's trying really hard to be that, oh gosh, gee golly shucks, moderate. I just want to find solutions that work for every American. He's trying to do like the Barack Obama. There's not a red America or a blue America, but the United States of America. Now watch my wife cut her cock off. Then we saw Cory Booker today, who basically had a spaz attack and melted down on the floor of the Senate and started screaming because his state wasn't getting federal welfare money. Well, they decided, whoever did this, whoever the host of this is fantastic. Like, chef's kiss, great work. Somebody decided to ask Pete Buttigieg about boys playing girls' sports. And I don't know if you know this, but Pete Buttigieg wants to run for president again. And I don't know where anybody got the idea that this is an enthralling future leader of America. To me, Pete Buttigieg has always been a weak-willed dipshit. But there's some people who think this guy, man, he's got it figured out, and he should be one of America's future leaders. Well, Pete got asked this question about boys playing girls' sports, and here's the problem. Most Democrats, if you ask them in private, will tell you, like most Americans, will tell you that we don't want... Hold on. I can get them. Gino brought flies into my home. I'm convinced. There's a fly buzzing around here, and I want to kill him, but I can't get at him. Gino kept leaving the damn door open. Oh, here we go. He's going to land. Oh, I just missed him. He landed on the mouse, and you can't smack the mouse downward. All right, well, fuck it. We got a goal to hit. We got a show to do. We got people to entertain. Let's do this. About 600 of you checking out the show. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. So they asked Pete Buttigieg this. Most Democrats, most people, you ask them privately, they don't. The trans thing grosses them out. The trans thing is just fucking, it's weird. It's so contrived. It's mentally ill. It's kind of sick. And that's why Trump was able to win the election running commercials like the they, them, us ad. So the weird spot these Democrats have to be put in is Democrats have completely bent over for the LGBTQ plus groups in this country. And so they can't let these people know that, like, all right, you guys sometimes go a little too far and you need to fucking chill. So they need to, if you're running for president and you're a Democrat, you need to do two things. You need to convince people you're on their side about sports and things like that. But you also can't alienate the LGBTQ plus crowd, because the thing about the LGBTQ plus crowd, at least in this country politically, their political arm doesn't keep score. Like, they don't remember that you've supported them forever and ever. They want their way every single fucking time. And if you don't give them their way every single fucking time, whether it's good for the country or not, you're a homophobe, you're a terrible person, they'll cast you out like a leper. So let's see if Pete Buttigieg can walk the line of, you know, we all think this is fucking weird, but I also don't want to be the gay guy who gets called a homophobe and transphobe and lose my spot at maybe getting the Democrat. Like, the things you're going to have to do to win a Democratic liberal nomination is so different than what you're going to have to do to win a general election.
When President Trump says something like no boys and girls sports, which is a phrase that they use, it sounds like you're not signing on to that.
It's not a phrase that people use. It's a fact that people don't want. A phrase that, like, it's enjoy Coca-Cola.
I think that chess is different from weightlifting, and weightlifting is different from volleyball, and middle school is different from the Olympics. So that's exactly why I think that we shouldn't be grandstanding on this as politicians. We should be empowering communities and organizations and schools to make the right decisions.
Bravo, Pete. Bravo. Great job. Can I translate for you? Let me translate what Pete Buttigieg just said. I'm scared shitless of the question you just asked me, because I feel that people in my own party will rip my dick off and shove it up my ass if I answer the way I want to. And so I'd like to dodge this question completely and just throw a word stew together that really doesn't mean anything. And that, boys and girls, is how you run for president. Nomo with $1, thank you very much, says in the 2000s there was a comic book, Powers. In it, the Superman-like character was so fed up with the Middle East, he blew it all up, turned all of it into a parking lot. Great bedtime reading. $5 for, hey, where'd Bapa Shab go? What the fuck, man? No. Bapa Shab is cool. If somebody just banned Bapa Shab, I'm bringing him back. I love Bapa Shab. I know that people were arguing, and they were, going after it with the Israel stuff. But that's going to happen from time to time. You got to let that shit go. They're just talking about issues. Honky with $5 says Pete Buttigieg never wins a race. He's always coming in a little behind. I don't, you know what? I don't know what you mean by that. I do know that it puts us at $100 away from today's goal. Guys, full on attack in the next hour and knock out the goal for the toe. Keep gifting those memberships. Thank you very much. Do it to it, Lars. All right, guys, I'm going to run a quick rescue campaign for Bapa Shab. Hold on just a minute. We're going to save my boy Bapa. Muting. Oh, it doesn't look like Bapa got muted. Did somebody just delete all of his shit? Because this doesn't show that Bapa was muted. Did anyone mute anyone I like? Sometimes I got to check on that. No. They've done great. Actually, we don't really ban that many people on Rumble. I'm already back into May right now. Well, great job, guys. Thank you very, very much. So what happened to where's Bapa? Show up in the chat. Where are you, buddy? Guys, we need to do a welfare check on Bapa Shab. This is not okay. I can't find him. I can't see him. All his messages were removed. Where's my boy? Bapa, show up in the chat. Blink twice if you're okay. The rest of you, Throw in $5. We're going to hammer this thing out. People in the chat now saying, I am Bapa Shab. I am Bapa Shab. Oh, Deft 918 just got a membership from when Give Me Tips was gifting memberships. Hey, Deft, go ahead and pass along that membership to someone else. We appreciate you. A moderator sniped him. No, come on. It doesn't show him as banned, and I am not going to allow this. The minute I see Bapa's name on a banned list, we're getting Bapa Shab back in business. But yeah, it doesn't say that he's banned. What's today, the 30th? Yeah, nobody. Nobody's banned. Here, search by username. Bapa. Oh, there we go. Somebody did. You sons of bitches. Bapa, I got you, buddy. Boom. Are you sure you want to unmute? Yes. We just unmuted Bapa Shab. Bapa, show us you're alive. Show us you're alive in the chat. I'm worried that this was a conspiracy by Netanyahu. That's what I think. There he is. There's our buddy Bapa. There's our handsome boy. Miss Tay, I was sick of those two bitches and timed them out for 5 minutes. Oh, it was just 5 minutes to let them cool down? Well, see, I really like Miss Tay. She's the best, and she's amazing, and she's gorgeous. So I don't want to... Now I'm in a rock and a hard... I love Bapa. You know, that seems really reasonable what Miss Tay did. 5 minutes, just everybody cool down. Bapa can go take a shit. It's all good. And Bapa, I'm glad to have you back. Now, if you guys could stop yelling at each other about the Jews, that would be awesome. All right, throw in a couple of gifted memberships. Throw in a couple of bucks. We're going to knock this thing out today. We're only $100 away from a win and 17 gifted memberships away from 300. Ooh, I've got a little bit of the last of my hangover hanging around right now. I just turned into a very crampy boy for a second there. Oh, this is a very odd feeling that I'm having in my midsection. Miss Tay is the IDF, someone says. Oh, man. McBuster says Miss Tay is fair. Yeah, you know what? I think we've settled this thing. And I think we're going to be able to move on nicely. All right. The Federal Reserve is likely to keep interest rates the same this week. I think this Powell is never going to lower the rates as long as Trump's president. Even though we probably can now, I think inflation has kind of gotten back under control. People are having a hard time, especially young people are having a hard time buying houses. But Trump is also really shitting hard. He's going after Jerome Powell big time. And a lot of people don't think he'll fire him because the stock market will go berserk. But also this Powell, you could tell when Trump confronted him on the cost of that build out they're doing. You could tell that Powell just despises Trump criticizing him in any way. Like all these Federal Reserve guys act like they're above it all. And it's like, how dare this peasant crack whip with me? So I think Powell, I don't think you can hold any of these positions and not have a giant ego. Trump is going to hold shit over Powell's head and talk about firing him and kind of exercise his authority over the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve is going to have an attitude back of like, well, fuck this guy. Who does he think he is? And my opinion is, I'm not saying this is what's happening. My opinion is that they're going to almost play like personal warfare against each other, and we're going to be the ones that get caught in the middle. I think it's probably time to cut the rates. I think this country would be fine if we cut the rates by start with like 0.25%. We'll be okay. But I don't think he's going to do that because Trump keeps busting his balls. The Federal Reserve is expected to leave its short-term interest rate the same on Wednesday for the 5th consecutive meeting. The agency is mulling its next steps, and economists expect that 2 members of the Federal Reserve's governing board could dissent on Wednesday in support of cutting rates. President Trump believes that the nation's economy is doing well. The Federal Reserve should cut interest rates. However, Federal Reserve officials contend that a stable economy means interest rates should stay relatively high to avoid overheating and a surge in inflation. not unfair points. I feel like our inflation problem has gotten back under control. So again, I'm not saying drop it back to like 1%, but just throw it down a quarter and let's see what happens. If it doesn't work out, you didn't do anything you can't reverse. The current rate is at 4.3%, which historically is not that high. 4.3% is pretty standard for like my lifetime. Only after 2008 did it drop to just about zero, and we kept it there way too fucking long. Citing economists, the AP noted that the Federal Reserve is projected to reduce its key interest rate by a quarter point in September instead of July, which is likely to have a limited effect on the economy. All right, well, as long as we're cutting it at some point. Mad Move says Trump is looking for a reason to give stimulus. I am positive we will see Trump checks again before next summer. Well, it might even be before that because Senator Hawley, along with Senator Mistletoe, Senator Hawley has already introduced legislation to give all the tariff revenue we've raised to the American people. $600 per person, $600 per kid. That's what Josh Hawley is. That's what Josh Hawley is talking about. And honestly, they're talking about raising $200 billion in tariff money this year, and giving $600 to every man, woman, and child would cost about $200 billion. So I don't know. There's worse ways you could spend it. It's just that the last time we gave out a shitload of money in checks, it kind of butt fucked us economically. Like, you can't just hand out more cash and we didn't create more goods to consume, because that's the literal definition of inflation. Too much money chasing too few goods. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says stomach cramps. Aaron is going to miss Carrie live on stream. That is finally farting out all the cum from the weekend festive. I mean, why so gross? Why does it have to go that fucking hard in the paint? Why do we have to go farting out cum? Why does that have to? I mean, you didn't have to get to that level, but you did. You did. Somebody says, or how about we give the tariff money to working/tax-paying Americans? Fuck the losers living off the government. See, that's kind of what I think, too, is just taxpayers should get that back. But when you're a politician and they let you give away money to people, you give it away to everybody because, Democrat or Republican, you're all buying votes. So if you can buy them with a nice Trump check, I think that one guy's right. That one guy who said, yeah, Trump is dying for a reason. Dying for a reason to give out stimulus checks. We'll see. But the Federal Reserve does not look like they want to cut rates right now. Okay, we have a fun snake in a toilet story, and then after that, I'm going to eliminate these bubble guts, if you will. I do not. I'm feeling a little sore. $5 from Redbird. Thank you, buddy. Says, why don't we put the tariff money in Social Security or 401k? Would help avoid a COVID inflation spike. That would be great, but you put it in Social Security, you're going to lose it. Who knows where the fuck they're going to, because they'll raid that and take it. So I don't know. Hey, that puts us $95 away from today. Guys, we're in double digits. Throw us a couple bucks. We got 45 minutes left to go. Let's go. Let's go. $95 away from today's goal. 17 gifted memberships away from 300 on Rumble. Thank you guys so much. Keep going. I appreciate what you're doing this week with these goals so much. Let's keep on the pace we're on and finish it off. They have to keep the interest rates up to pay that worthless $3 billion Fed upgrade. Oh, yeah, that's right. Remember that $3 billion build out they're doing? Got to keep those rates up for sure. Eaton Clam says the gerbils in your belly are getting restless. You see, now it's just, if I have any kind of stomach thing that any adult might get, mine has to be either farting cum or shoving gerbils up my asshole. Thank you. Crowder wears panties and Bappa Shop. Could you guys do me a big favor? I like spending the last 45 minutes, half hour, kind of, a little in the stories, but a lot of it in the chat, talking to you guys at the end of the show. Hey, we're only a couple bucks away from the goal. Let's have some fun. Let's read some shit about me. Can we take a break on the Israel arguing for just a little bit and just be pals? Can we do that? Can we just be pals? Can you guys shake and we can have this fight again the next time Israel comes up, which on this fucking show might be the evening show. Who knows? Because I feel like you guys are escalating just a little bit. Somebody too says, question, Aaron, do you still get back tickles or are you a little less gay after April left? I guess I'm a little less gay after April left. I don't want to ask for back tickles because then it sounds like I'm like missing April or asking for an April thing. But I do love when I get them. I do love my back tickles. You don't want to put that person in a position where it's like, are you only doing this because of April? It's like, yes, I miss that part of my relationship with April. Back tickles were exquisite. It's just light. It's a very ASMR kind of a thing. Just light finger brushes against your back. It makes me tired as fuck and I pass out. It's great. It's like when Mantis makes Ego go to sleep by putting her hands on his forehead and he just out. That's what back tickles do for me. Mad Move says, balls tickling your back? No. Eagle of America says the anal beads are going to come out like a Gatling gun. So now I have anal beads up my asshole, apparently. Papa Shab says, you're so gay that it's honestly crazy. Hey, as long as you and Crowder Wears Panties aren't fighting about the Jews in the chat right now, go ahead and aim it at me. That's fine. $95 away from today's goal. Throw a couple of bucks our way, and let's get it all taken care of. The amount of things that you guys are surmising that are in my asshole tells me a lot. It tells me way more about you guys than it tells me about me. It's troubling where your brains go. Now I have the green dildo from the WNBA game up my ass. It's, again, very, very troubling. Nomo says, I like back tickles. Tee ugh. Why can't I like the feeling of a woman brushing her fingers across my back because it tires me out and makes me sleep? There's nothing wrong with that. Y'all heard it. Aaron likes light fingering on his backside. That's not what I said. It's not at all what I said. There's no, and yes, you're right, Deft. Don't take this out of context. Please. All right, I'm done. I'm going to do the snake in the toilet story now because I feel like, call me paranoid, I feel like I'm not winning anyone over right now. No offense, call me paranoid. I feel like you guys don't believe me. Thank you very much to Eric for $1 over on PayPal. He says, get Keanu a blonde wig and a bullet full of cocaine and you can have her do back tickles for you. Oh, you want her to be April? I think Keanu's tits might be too big. Mr. Sisto with $1 says, now ask mama for them acrylics on your back as I make your butt my own Gaza. God damn it. You fucking people. $90. Well, hold on. $85 away from today's goal. Miss Tay gifting a membership. So now we're $85 away from the goal, and we're 16 gifted memberships away from 300. Thank you very much. So nice of you. And that also moves Miss Tay up the ladder a little bit. Miss Tay is now at 55 and in second place this week. Oh, man. Well, Bapa Shab and Crowder Wears Panties still going at it. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, drove by Stoney's, looked like a good time. I just have a feeling that you didn't really drive by Stoney's and this is going to be something gay. Todd Stoltz, you're the one who got the gifted membership from Miss Tay. Do us a favor, buddy. We're having a rocket to the moon to hit the goal, and we're only about 15 or 16 gifted memberships from 300. So take that gifted membership, pass it along to somebody else, and let's go. All right, this was apparently 383 Novocaine driving by Stoney's. It doesn't look anything like Rockville, Minnesota. That's the, by the way, I know what they call that now. I learned this in the Tucker Carlson, Anna Kasparian interview. That's called the fentanyl. When they all look like zombies and they're kind of bent over like question marks. Yeah, that's called a fentanyl. We were not doing the fentanyl at Stoney's. By the way, at least one of these people is dead. Oh, she's got a little fire. She's got a little... Oh, no. This is either a shitload of people on fentanyl or this is the gayest art school project I've ever seen. They're protesting climate change. Oh, that guy got behind the... That's kind of a nice deal. If you're homeless as fuck and all geeked out on fent, getting that barricade and enclosing yourself in it, kind of a smart move. It's a crafty junkie. Jesus Christ. This was Gino and I, Monday morning. Yeah, I'm going to go. Wait, okay, hold on. That still has the sales sticker on it. That car was stolen. That 1,000%, that is a stolen vehicle. If you bought that at a used car lot, they take the fucking sticker off the thing. That's a hot car just sitting right there in the road. Great. No, I'm going to go ahead and say incorrect. This was not Stoney's. This is not all Steel Toe fans passed out outside of Stoney's with all of their garbage on the road. I'm going to go ahead and disagree with Novocaine on this one. Jesus. Thank you to 12 Mai Tai Todd. 12 Mai Tai Todd gifting 5 memberships. Holy shit. 5 gifted memberships from 12 Mai Tai Todd. That means you guys that get those from 12 Mai Tai Todd, make sure that you pass those along. We're now only 11 gifted memberships away from 300. Cocktiff got the membership from Miss Tay. Cocktiff, pass that along, big man. Holy Jesus, look at that. And that also puts us $60 away from today's goal. Thank you so much. Occam's Machete with $5 says Gino calls Aaron's butthole the toaster. Whatever went in white comes out brown and edible. God. I have no friends. We have no friends on this show. Oh, boy. Chips and Div says it does look like Rockville, though. Oh, thank you, 12 Mai Tai Todd. He says anyone who takes anal beads and NBA gray dildos deserves gifts. I appreciate your money. That's very nice of you, but I didn't do. I'm not the one. I didn't do that. You're making that up about me. I mean, your generosity is touching, and I appreciate you throwing $25 at this show. But you're telling hundreds and hundreds of people, and eventually thousands of people will see this today. You're telling thousands of people that I take anal beads and NBA gray dildos. I'm not sure an NBA gray dildo is even a real thing. And I'm sorry, while I appreciate your gifts, I can't allow that rumor to spread. Nova says, why didn't I get my membership? You do. You have a membership. You're highlighted, buddy. You're in there. Papa Schaub and Crowder Wears Panties are still fighting about Jews, and now they're on to Jesus. They're saying Jesus is of his father, you retarded dolt. He isn't Jewish. He spoke Aramaic. Oh, my God. They're still doing it. All right, guys, only $60 away from the goal, and 11 gifted memberships away from 300 on Rumble. So keep that Keep that Rumble membership gift train alive. It's been going for a while. It's been a winding train. All right, now to the snake in the bathroom story. Thank you, guys. Keep it up. We have over a half hour left yet to knock out that 60. Thanks. Another beg-free show where we've just been talking gold. Please, are we going to? You guys have been amazing.
Yeah, I mean, snake like that? I don't even like the little ones.
All right, you know what? I'm so sad that this story is only 1 minute and 24 seconds long because this guy looks like a Stephen Root character in a Coen Brothers movie, and all I want this story to be is him talking about a snake in the toilet. They found a 5-foot python in their bathroom in their apartment building.
Never mind the big ones like that.
Chuck Van Koppenal is, well, a little spooked. When you see how
Chuck Van Fentanyl.
big the snake is.
I can't believe how big that was. Wow.
Guys, do not clip that. Do not clip that. I'm not going to rewind it 5 seconds so that you can have a chance to go clip that. There's no reason for that to be clipped.
A little spooked. When you see how big the snake is.
I can't believe how big that was. Wow. I think I would have heard it or something.
This show just gives out gay vibes.
But after Derry police say they found a 5-foot python inside the bathroom of his neighbor's upstairs apartment, do you blame him?
I'm glad it was up there, not down here.
He was pointing to his asshole. I'm glad it was up here and not down here. One's a little more malleable if you catch my drift.
It might have hurt my cat. Yeah,
that's what your wife always says.
Sure. See, hey, you're on TV.
She's ready to go after the python. The woman who...
I love this fucking guy. Dude, I want this guy in an Ed and Michelle restaurant review video as soon as humanly possible for him.
Who lives upstairs had called officers terrified and looking for help.
Snakes can crawl into all kinds of crevices and what have you like that.
Just keep saying S words, bro. Snakes can crawl into all kinds of crevices. And I said, shuffer and shuckatash, this snake is going to shank me. This snake is getting up to mischief.
So,
officers called Chuck and the other neighbors, but it definitely didn't belong to any of them.
He wanted to make sure before he did anything with it that it wasn't my pet. Well, first of all, I wouldn't have any snake as a pet, and I definitely wouldn't have
a snake as a pet is preposterous is all anything I can think of. Now I'm making his speech impediment worse.
Python.
So how in the world did it...
It reminded me of when I used to watch Jake the Snake Roberts.
Slither up there. Kevin McCurley, owner of New England Reptile Distributors in Plastow, says snakes are all spine and muscle, so they can compress themselves.
It's a possibility that that ball python could actually go down a toilet, go down into the waterways, so it only has to hold its breath for a little period of time.
However it got there, Chuck says that he's just glad it didn't end up at his place because he certainly doesn't trust a snake.
Well, even if it's friendly, it can cause a lot of problems. So I'm glad they...
Oh, we need to get that guy to the fucking Chinese buffet with Ed and Michelle as soon as humanly possible. God damn, is that guy fantastic. Redbird with $5 says, care to explain this event from Saturday? I'm going to go ahead and guess whatever you're sending me right now is not from Saturday's anniversary show. But here we go anyway. Coltrane gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Those two together put us $50 away from today's goal and just 10 gifted memberships away from 300 on Rumble. You know, if we get all those 10 memberships in, that's the memberships and the goal. Thank you guys very much. And K-Fallen the Great just got a membership gifted to him, one of 12 Mai Tai Todd's memberships. Crowder Wears Panties gifting a membership. Uh-oh. 9 memberships away from 300. K-Fallen, you just got one to pay forward. And now we're 45 away from today's goal. Oh, boy. Thank you. Oh, Crowder Wears Panties gifted 2 memberships. All right. That number, sun's getting low, big guy. Oh, no. You know what? I don't think he gifted those 3 memberships. I think Rumble's doing that thing where it goes on repeat. My bad. Well, thank you, Crowder Wears Panties. I appreciate it. Kyler gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Crowder Wears Panties, confirm how many you sent, and we'll I don't want to cheat you if you really did send 3 of them in. Kyler gifting a membership, $35 away from the goal, and 7 gifted memberships away. Oh, no, he says he did send 3. Okay, so then we're $30 away from today's goal, 6 gifted memberships away from 300. Look at this thing go. We came back from the anniversary show strong as all hell. K-Fall the Great and On a Wall gifting a membership. Thank you. $20 away from the goal and 4 gifted memberships away from 300. Keep it moving. Here we go. Holy shit. Now, do I need to update any of the leaderboard? No, I don't think anybody who just gifted is on the leaderboard. All right. But I will keep track of that for Crowder Wears Panties because that, I believe, puts him at 25 for the week. Thank you, buddy. Nomo says, this is inspirational. Daco doesn't die. I really don't think you were gifted a membership by my dick. By dick is bigger than yours. I don't think that's real. Thank you, sir. All right. Keep it going, kids. Crowder Wears Panties says Bapa Shab is too poor and brown to gift memberships. Oh, that's great. You guys are going to fight with each other. Bapa Shab says you don't have to die in battle to ascend to Valhalla. What are you doing in chat? You're disappointing Odin right now. You guys have fucking lost the plot, my friends. You need me more gifting a membership. Thank you very much. $15 away from the goal and 3 memberships away from 300. Well, hot shit. Look at them go. Look at the toe kids go. Toe boys and girls. All right. Someone's saying that they had a lot of fun at the anniversary party at Stoney's. And they sent this link. I'm telling you guys, this did not come from the anniversary show at Stoney's.
Let's do it.
Who's in the chat right now can attest that never happened. Will they attest to that? Probably not. It's too funny not to. But I'm telling you that moment did not exist. Oh, man. What the fuck am I watching? Exactly. See, any of you who are in the chat right now that were at the anniversary show can tell these people that didn't actually happen. Nomo says actual footage. That's not true. MN Gal says I drove by and saw this. No, you didn't, because it didn't happen. Chips and Diff says I could see Cheetos in the background. You couldn't. K-Fall the Great says totally happened. Crunchy started it. Again, these are all lies. These are all lies being started by people who claim to be Steel Toe fans and are just being hurtful. All right. We're only 3 memberships away from 300 and $15 away from today's goal. And we got a long time. So thank you guys very much. 3 of you decide that you're going to throw in some memberships, and then we'll get a double knockout this morning. How's that? You guys get a double knockout today. You get the memberships and the goal. Tomorrow, today I can't, but tomorrow I'll go till 11. How's that sound? I'll go till 11 tomorrow if you guys do the memberships and the goal at the same time. Kyler says, I stopped by Stoney's and was told you couldn't get in without a Narcan donation. Nobody said that. There's no need for it. There's no reason. All right, let's open up our 8 o'clock. We got through the 7 o'clock ones pretty quick. I think we were having some fun. You had Bapa Shab and Crowder Wears Panties fighting each other. We had a fucking huge gift donation train that was going on. Just been a fun show. I love that we've got a co-host for some shows and a solo show sometimes as well. It's a good balance, in my opinion. At the anniversary show, I did ask Oz, though. I said, hey, man, you got to come on the show sometime. You got to get in. Anytime you want to be on the show, we will book you. We'll make time anytime for Oz to get in here. Coltrane says dildo at the Patriots game. What is everybody throwing dildos now? Jesus Christ. All right. I remember this one. I remember the Patriots Bills dildo game.
Hogan gets hit inside the 5 by Stephon Gilmore. Some fan threw
You mean Minnesota Vikings, Stephon Gilmore?
something right out on the field, too, at about the 1-yard line. Yeah, initially I thought it might have been a flag, but...
It's a cock. I think if these guys know it's a dick, especially in a game of football, you got to just shut the fuck up about it and not mention it. A fan threw something, and if you do mention it before you know what it is, you should have to admit that it's a dick before you move on. Like, yeah, a fan seemed to throw something onto the field during that last play. That's, what is it? That's a rubber cock. All right, well, anyway, we're going to, wish I hadn't said anything. My bad.
I didn't say it because it didn't look yellow.
Brady was having a killer day that day. 19 of 28, 259, and 4 touchdowns. Nice job, GOAT.
So they've discarded that. And it's now 2nd and goal.
Dude, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Chris Hogan. He had a fucking solid year or two. Whatever happened to that guy? Chris Hogan he was like a Peyton Hillis. He had a great year and then just fucked off. We never heard from him again. Jesus. Thank you very much to Dr. Silverwolf with $5. He says, skip to 16 seconds because here was Stoney's on Saturday. Again, guys, I don't think these people are telling the truth that this was Stoney's on Saturday. It does bring us within $10 of knocking out today's goal, though. Thank you very much. Now we have $10 away from the goal, and we have 3 gifted memberships away from 300. And if we hit both, we'll go until 11 a.m. tomorrow. We'll do a longer show for tomorrow. Let's grab Silverwolf's link here. And then we will skip. What is it? Skip to 16 seconds. And this is... Okay, again, I see what this video is, and this was not at Stoney's. This never happened. I'm not getting a copyright hit, a demonetization hit to play a Village People song so that you can say that we were all gay, dressing in costumes and dancing with each other. I mean, I did, in fairness, dress in a costume. I did dress up as Hulk Hogan, so that part is completely accurate. But the rest of it, no, that is not that's footage from a 1979 music video. That's all that is. Those two are still fighting with each other in the chat. I have to learn that bringing up Israel is it's too contentious of a topic for some people to deal with. Deft says not all the Village People were gay. You don't need to stick up for them. Just kidding. All right, let's do something a little different here. We got to do this is the police report. Let's go to the actual news story of this. A guy in Washington, Fairfax County to be exact. I'm sorry, Tyson, California. Why is this on the Washington NBC news site? Whatever. Tyson, California. A masked thief waited in a parking garage for a woman. So this is terrifying. This is a legitimately scary thing. Guy's waiting in a parking garage for a woman, one of the scariest places you can possibly be attacked. And he's sitting there with a rifle, wearing a mask, grabbed her, and stole her phone, and then let her go. So scares the shit out of this woman, terrifies her, lets her go, but he's got her phone. The woman quickly found a way to contact her boyfriend and police. When they all arrived, the thief was nowhere to be found. Instead, he ended up back at the boyfriend's house so he could steal his Pokemon cards. The whole hiding in the parking garage like a date rapist and then stealing the woman's phone was all an elaborate ruse that he could steal Pokemon cards. If this guy is over 11 years old, this is the gayest robbery I've ever heard of. You could have robbed an entire cardboard box full of butt plugs, it would not have been gay as holding someone at gunpoint so you could go find out where their boyfriend is so you can steal his Pokemon cards. At 9:25 a.m., the victim's boyfriend responded to the location. And while on scene, he received an alert from his home security system, which, you know, if you've got sweet Pokemon cards at home, you got to have a security system, right? He observed a suspect breaking into his home in the 4500 block of Plateau Drive in Fair Oaks. Officers responded and confirmed that the home was burglarized and high-value Pokemon cards were stolen. The suspect fled prior to the officers' arrival. They didn't catch the great Pokemon caper, and he's got all the Digletts. Unfortunately, the perp didn't cover his tracks very well. Police nabbed him 2 days later. All right, don't say he didn't cover his tracks very well. He's a fucking spurg who stole a shitload of Pokemon cards and kept his freedom for 48 hours. You guys didn't exactly, you know, Joe Friday this shit. With the assistance of fugitive tracking and apprehension unit, detectives located Mr. Asif at a nearby residence and took him into custody. The suspect was Muhammad Asif of California. What do you think? Illegal? Illegal? The rest of the statement is rather vague, but it seems the police think California man Muhammad might have had an accomplice, as they are still investigating if he was the same man at both locations. Oh, so that maybe one guy was the guy who robbed the lady with the mask on and the other guy robbed the Pokemon cards. Oh, so you got one guy for the rough stuff, one guy for the incredibly homosexual stuff. I got to wonder if if ICE might be getting involved in this at any point. I mean, it's a fair question to ask. It's a possibility, right? Maybe, just maybe. $1 from Los Federales says, did you cover the WNBA player whose wig came off during a game and she ran to the locker room crying? A fan also got ejected for making fun of her. Yeah, we talked about it on the evening show last night, but then also we referenced it again today because there was a news story about somebody threw a green dildo onto the court at a WNBA game last night. So, hey, the WNBA is getting more attention, right? Somebody pointing out over text that this is a fake story. Guys with Pokemon cards don't have girlfriends. I don't know. When I met April, she and her boyfriend would go to what is it called? Lake George. And they would play Pokemon Go. That was their big thing. Of course, she didn't tell me they were still dating at the time her and I were hooking up, but everybody gets to keep their own little secrets, right? Packer says, dude, my kid has legit 50 grand worth of Pokemon in his basement. Fuck, right? I mean, I got like a couple grand worth of like sports cards in my son's room. It won't be worth as much when he's done because he's not going to handle them right, whatever. But I wanted to pass them down, you know. Bappa Shab says, when I met April, she and her boyfriend. Well, no, she said they were broken up at the time. They just had to live together until the lease was up. And then he messaged me one day and he goes, hey, are you sleeping with April? And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And she goes, no, let me tell you exactly what you should say back to him. We broke up months ago. We broke up in October. And this was like January, February. I think February. And she was like, yeah, because I met her in January. I don't think we started sleeping together till February. And no, that's not true. I think it was like 2 weeks later. I could be wrong. Anyway, point is, she was like, let me tell you exactly what to say to him. Then when all this shit went down a while back, that guy wrote me. He messaged me and told me, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. We were still together till March. Didn't she tell you? And I'm like, wait, what? Are you out of your fuck? No, really? Oh. It's interesting. Brian just writes, your dad was right. Who knows? I mean, April could have been telling the truth. The boyfriend could have just been heartbroken and not willing to accept that their relationship was over. So, you know, you never do know. One person texting in, can we buy you tickets to the lesbian orgy? I mean the WNBA Lynx game for the experience. No, because then I'd have to go. 09 Canyon says she went out with him on Valentine's Day. Oh, yeah, she said we got tickets to you and Adrian performing at the red carpet on Valentine's Day because Adrian and I was doing a set at Adrian's show. And she said, I would just go there with you, but we bought these tickets a long time ago before I met you. And I'm like, okay. And then her and I were just making out all over the place while she just left that poor bastard there. That is, And then like she's like, I got back to the table and he started questioning me like what I was doing with you. And I'm just like, nothing, mind your own business. It's fucking, now that I look back on it, that's fucking cold, man. That is cold. Oh, Coltrane, let's not think about it. No, she swears they weren't together and they weren't anything. She said she just wanted to let him down easy. I don't know. Again, he said, he told me later on they were together until March. Which, so that means I was the filthy homewrecker, apparently. Parody says for her it was over, but for him, he still pays rent. All right, guys, off we go. Let's do it. $10 away from today's goal. We got about 10, 12 minutes left. And we are 3 gifted memberships from 300. So let's take care of those 3 gifted memberships, and then that $10 takes care of itself. If we hit both of those, I'll go till 11 for tomorrow's show, for the last Thursday show, the last goal of the week. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye says the Village people are not all gay, like Aaron isn't all gay. Sometimes he bangs a chick flatter than the twinks he chases at the gay 90s. Oh, man. Coltrane says, you fuck, I paid. Read my disgusting post. Yeah, but dude, Aaron was swishing his dick in other dude's gravy. Yuck. All right. There, I read it. Zenman gifting a membership. Thank you very much, pal. $5 away from the goal, but 2 gifted memberships away from 300. Thank you so much. Oh, man, we are closing in on another perfect morning for the toe. And again, a non-begging day. We just mentioned where we were at, and you guys kept knocking it out. I appreciate it. Honky with $1. Well, look, I mean, glad that Blondo's life is in the shitter literal payment for her whole big ways. Look, that's why I don't really feel like I need to, or you need to insult her or do anything like that. I feel like, life kind of works out. You pay for your sins, essentially. On a Wall gifting a membership. Thank you very much. The goal has been knocked out today. Sam Show says, you're like the worst guy ever. I mean, kind of, in a way, right? I'm kind of the worst guy ever.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Thank you very much. The goal has been knocked out today. We're just 1 gifted membership on Rumble away from 300. If we get that last gifted membership on Rumble, we've knocked out a double goal today, and I'll go till 11 tomorrow morning. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, not Pikachu. And then $5 from Silverwolf. He says, LOL, Pokemon cards on Plateau Drive is kind of funny because the Elite Four are located at the Indigo Plateau. I have no idea what the fuck any of that meant. That felt like coded language, to be honest with you. Somebody says, you would have loved to be there when you had to, or I would have loved to be there when you had to tell your dad, you were right, Dad. No, you never have to tell my dad he was right. A lot of times I'll say something and he'll go, boy, if only someone would have warned you. And you'll go, yeah, I know. I got it. You're right. But like there were a lot of people in my family when I made nice with everybody again that they were like, fucking told you. Like, I know that they're, yeah. April talked to me one time after the split and she's like, why did you have to tell your family that I'm like, I didn't, like, they all knew. Like, all of them were like, we fucking told you about her, like, blah, 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 this and that. I'm like, I didn't really have to say much. Miss Tay gifting a membership, and now we're at 300. Thank you very much. Coltrane says, see, it wasn't so hard to read. Doggo Doesn't Die says tomorrow will only be 17 away from 300. I don't know how many we lose in a day. I guess we'll get the answer to that question tomorrow. We'll know how, we'll know what that number is. Professor Tie-Dye gifting a membership as well. So now we're over 300. Thank you, buddy. On a Wall says, and they should have punched you in the arm too. Stupid should hurt. Well, you know. Your punishment comes in a myriad ways. Sheriff releases body cam video of northern Minnesota shootout. We can do this one. We got about 5-6 minutes left in today's show. We can do a little shootout body cam. This happened in Minnesota. I've never heard of this. I've heard of St. Louis County. I've never heard of Normanna Township. But apparently there was a shootout there, and police have released the body cam footage. I'm down to watch a little shootout body cam. Oh, Jesus, 19 minutes? Holy shit. Oh, a lot of it's text explaining what's going on. I don't care about that part.
Go.
Body cam of northern Minnesota. Oh, wow, he's got his piece out already? His gun, I'm sorry. So he's driving. Dude, I got to be honest. That's kind of a badass way to drive a car, whether you're a cop or not. You got the wheel with one hand, you get your hand on a fucking pistol with the other. That is a man who's ready to go. Oh, look at his hand trembling, though. Dude, he's scared shitless. Look at how nervous he is. Look at his thumb shake. Look at his hands shake. This is some real shit.
Why don't you get your drone up, see if we can get eyes on this guy.
St. Louis County Sheriff's Department has a drone that they can just dispatch? That's pretty fucking rad. This guy is shaking like a leaf. Whoa! No, we are not fucking around here, homeboy. Holy shit. We are bringing out the artillery. Really thought a pistol would have sufficed, but fuck you.
Coming out.
Holy shit.
I mean, I could probably drive past this, but it's going to be a little dicey.
Oh!
We can't hear you, Miranda. I want to push up there. We got firefighters walking around on foot. Let's do it. We got to at least close this down a little bit.
Okay, let's go.
So I'll get the squad up past that.
Scared fucking shit. Gunfire could start ringing out at you at any moment while you're pushing that truck a little further up.
Going back to this. Yeah.
All right, back to the pistol.
Mail!
Oh, fuck. Holy shit.
Coming out. I'm good.
Holy fuck.
Hey, cover, get the cover.
Everybody get behind the vehicle.
Self checks, buddy checks.
I got cover.
I'm covering too. You guys check yourself and then swap with us.
Check, I'm good.
200 St. Louis. Shots fired. Suspect is down.
Shots fired, suspect down.
Jesus.
All right, everybody's good?
Yeah, we're good. They're okay. Suspect is down.
You want to cover him for me? Back up. Attack reload.
Oh, and then it's just different officers' body cam footage. So that was the incident. I thought when they said shootout that they meant like everybody, like rounds are flying back and forth, and I'm sure they were for a little bit, but the actual shooting was, I mean, that was pretty quick. They took him down. I mean, they had him overpowered. On the morning of July 15th, deputies responded to the report of a fire at a home on Heritage Road. A neighbor reported that the suspect, later identified as 57-year-old Adam Wolf, sprayed a family member with gasoline and set their home on fire. Jesus. This is some violent redneck shit. Moments later, another neighbor called saying Wolf was armed with a rifle and riding a lawnmower. Okay, now it's getting real rednecky up in y'all. Authorities said the man tried to start a second fire, but that was also later put out. Firefighters then left the area after hearing gunshots. Good call. Later, deputies arrived and exchanged gunfire with the suspect. Wolf was fatally shot in the exchange. Wow. Oh, and he burned the whole fucking house down. Take a look at this. Wow. Car's fine. Holy shit. Yeah, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension on the scene. Well, you're a little late. Nobody really needs to be apprehended. More like collected is what needs to happen. Jesus Christ. Seeing that officer shaking, though, as he's driving up to the scene, that really kind of makes it real to you. You know, that this job, it's not done by superheroes and fucking guys who are built a certain way. It's just regular people, and they're driving up to a situation where you can catch a bullet at any time. God, is that wild. Unbelievable. Oh. Yeah, I agree with you, Dusty Rhodes, but, like, look, we had an amazing weekend, and thank you for the dollar, buddy. You'll understand why I'd rather not read that, even though it's totally fine. I think our weekend went off without a hitch. It was remarkably successful, so I think a lot of people tried to create something out of, like, less than nothing. Like, it's just such cope. You know, I think people like that just are having a hard time moving on with their lives. That's all right. Miss Tay says it was more of a bumpy road. Was it a bumpy road? Was that why? Maybe it was a dirt road. I think you got to have a little bit of shakes, though. I mean, I'm not shitting on the guy if he was, but ooh, that is a wild situation. You got a guy who's already tried to set his the fucking homeowner on fire. He's burning a house down. He's got a rifle riding a lawnmower. Definitely willing to shoot at you. You can be forgiven for shaking like a tree on your way there. Brian says, in my opinion, if you're not prepared to kill someone, you shouldn't be a cop. Well, I mean, they train you to. I mean, as best you can be trained. Somebody says adrenaline shakes. Well, yeah, yes, of course. Of course, they're adrenaline shakes, 100%. But, like, that's still nervousness. That's still the nerves and the fear and the anxiety of being there. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you for going over 300 gifted memberships. That is awesome. Really remarkable. The evening show is already ahead for tonight. You guys are already ahead for tomorrow. And you're getting a 5-hour show tomorrow. So thank you very much for being here. I will be back again tonight at 6 p.m. Thanks again, and have a great rest of your day, guys.